Chapter 1484. Roar. The black dragon roared excitedly at the sky. Its roar shook the entire netherworld. Instantly, the entire netherworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. As it roared, the black dragon quickly refined and devoured Qing Long, and its body swelled up. At the same time, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared below the black dragon and landed on the arch sacrificial altar. Boom! The two sacrificial altars collided and quickly merged. As the black dragon swelled, its body coiled around the arch sacrificial altar. Its body emitted a majestic aura as black light shot into the sky. Rumble. The sea was filled with the sound of dragon bones clanging. Waves of black gas enveloped the black dragon. Not far away, the 12th capital heaven divine Wraith array was dispelled. The paragons of the 12 kingdoms, Desolation Hua, and Gue Guzi gathered together and waited for the result of the black gas. Ao Dong, you have been the dragon monarch for so many years. You should know a lot about the dragon race. Why do I feel that the heavenly the arch and the great Tao merging into a black dragon? Ninth Rat looked at Ao Dong curiously. Ao Dong frowned slightly and said, the heavenly Thearcha's black dragon great Tao and the arch Qing Long's Qing Long great Tao should be a true dragon. True dragon? Ninth Rat did not understand. Ao Dong nodded. True dragons are not the dragon race. The dragon race is all evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Evolving? I know. If the carp race, the snake race, the turtle race, and even the horse race give up on evolving, they can also evolve toward the dragon race, the snake emperor asked. That's right. To be precise, they are evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, this is a never-ending path. Ao Dong explained. Oh. Ninth Rat did not understand. What is a true dragon? The snake emperor asked. A true dragon is the sky. The sky is a true dragon. Sky is formless and boundless. No one can describe its specific form. What is the sky? The sky's form is the true dragon, Ao Dong explained. Sky. Everyone looked at Ao Dong. Isn't heaven and earth formed from the 3,000 heavenly Taos? What does it have to do with the true dragon? Bai Ditian frowned. Ao Dong shook his head. I don't know. Buzz. Everyone was startled. The form of fate, a true dragon. Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at the black fog shrouding the black dragon. Everyone, I don't know anything else. Let's just wait and see. Ao Dong said again. Everyone nodded and looked at the true dragon, the son of heaven, who was about to come out. Roar. The dragon roared. With a loud bang, all the black fog in the surroundings was dispersed. Zombie Yen Chuan returned to his original form. He opened his arms, and the black dragon bone wings on his back were surrounded by a dense black aura. He bared his fangs and pointed his mouth at the moon. Roar. Yen Chuan roared, and the huge moon immediately infused a strand of moonlight into the mouth of the zombie Yen Chuan. The great emperor's sacrificial altar also poured endless energy into zombie Yen Chuan's body. A loud noise suddenly came from the zombie's body. Boom! Then, a surging aura formed a ripple that spread out in all directions. Phew! The zombie let out a long cry of satisfaction. Boom! Yen Chuan retracted his dragon bone wings and fangs, and returned to normal. 14th Heavenly Layer. Yen Chuan clenched his fists, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He finally recovered the cultivation of his first life. Looking at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under his feet, Yen Chuan finally reached the 14th Heavenly Layer. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, for reaching the 14th Heavenly Layer. Hua Qiuyang's eyes were sharp, and he saw the difference with a glance. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, everyone congratulated. No, it should be congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Guiguzi's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Everyone said again. Phew, I thought I would have to wait for a while. Who would have thought that this great emperor's sacrificial altar would be so powerful? Zombie Yen Chuan looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar and said. Everyone also looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under Yen Chuan's feet. However, Yen Chuan raised his head and roared towards the sky, all citizens of the world, listen up. We have used the power of the citizens to slaughter Emperor Qin Long. From this moment onwards, the underworld will reach the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! A golden dragon of fate suddenly appeared from Yen Chuan's body, and the golden dragon of fate roared as it madly flew towards the great Qin city. Within the dragon's roar, zombie Yen Chuan's voice rumbled throughout the world. Roar! In just a moment, the underworld's 2 continents and 72 territories were filled with Yen Chuan's voice. Heavenly realm. Almost all of the citizens felt quite startled. At this moment, the great Qin city was madly absorbing fate, virtue, fate, and fate from all around. In just a moment, above the great Qin city, multicolored light soared into the sky and shone in all directions. Boundless virtue, fate, and fate gathered and turned into streaks of colorful light. It was impossible to tell how many colors there were, and it was incomparably dazzling. Countless dew rain descended from the void. As the dew rain fell, countless cultivators instantly felt their bodies relax, and some of the weaker cultivators even broke through on the spot. Heavenly music drifted throughout the great heavenly realm, and countless images of immortal birds and divine beasts flew in all directions. The entire great heavenly realm was enveloped in an intense festive atmosphere. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Endless cheers could be heard everywhere. While the underworld was in such a state, Yen Chuan in the Yang realm also rushed to Xianyang city. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have slaughtered Emperor Rosefinch. From this moment onwards, the Yang realm will achieve the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! Yen Chuan's voice instantly sounded in the Yang realm's eastern continent. Cheers rumbled throughout the world. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Xianyang city and the great Qin city were surrounded by 3,000 heavenly Daos. It was as if even the heavenly Daos were congratulating the establishment of the heavenly realm. At the same time, in the western continent, all citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, listen up. From this moment onwards, the great Zhou heavenly court will be promoted to the great Zhou heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! The promotion of the great Zhou dynasty and the great Qin dynasty caused a powerful aura to spread throughout the world. Countless experts in the world stopped what they were doing and looked at the 2 dynasties. In a short period of time, the world had changed too quickly. In a valley, Emperor Chongqing found a group of subordinates and turned to the east when he sensed the changes in the world. The great heavenly realm. Ha! Emperor Chongqing exclaimed. My lord, the 2 great emperors Rosefinch and Qin Long are also dead. One of the subordinates frowned. That's right. Do you feel it? 3 powerful gravitational waves are coming, and the 4 realms are about to merge. Emperor Chongqing said. Merging? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Chongqing did not say anything. Instead, he raised his head and said, From today onwards, I will withdraw from the heavenly longevity realm. From now on, the heavenly longevity realm will cease to exist, and the world will follow its natural course. Boom! The celestial longevity plane collapsed. Countless cultivators around the Sinan continent looked at the sky in shock. After all, the heavenly longevity realm had only been established for a short period of time. Countless cultivators could only sigh. In the blink of an eye, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Around the Sinan continent. Golden Palace. Buzz. Golden Palace was surrounded by rolling merits. Countless subordinates of the Golden Emperor came to protect him. The Golden Emperor had obtained the seal of great virtue. No matter what happened in the outside world, the Golden Emperor did not care. The most important thing now was to improve himself. Around the Sinan continent. Eastern Territory. Dongfang Bubi walked out of the palace and looked to the east. Then, he looked to the south where the Golden Emperor lived, then to the west. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Sect Master. A few subordinates walked up to him respectfully. The four realms are about to merge. Dongfang Bubi said in a deep voice. The four realms are about to merge. Meng Lingtian said in surprise. Nodding, Dongfang Bubi said, yes. An old friend from the second era should be back. Sect Master's old friend. Back. Did he go to the other three worlds? Meng Lingtian said with wide eyes. He went to the Great Kindness World. Dongfang Bubi nodded. Netherworld, North Outer Continent. Chujiang Palace. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Avicii and Primordial Killer swords with satisfaction. Then, he reached out and slashed. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the void. Nether River Patriarch instantly stepped into it. The hole slowly closed, and two heavenly demons flew out. Nether River Patriarch stepped into the heavenly demon world. It was Snake Spirit who welcomed Nether River Patriarch. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. Snake Spirit smiled. Where's Fushi? Nether River Patriarch asked. The four realms are about to merge. The king has gone to the Wuxia platform to observe the ceremony. Snake Spirit said. Bring me there. Nether River Patriarch said. Yes. Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan had returned. He stood in front of the central palace. Zombie Yen Chuan raised his head and looked at the sky. The officials stood respectfully. Congratulations, Great Emperor. The officials congratulated. Zombie Yen Chuan only nodded, but his expression was extremely solemn. Through the Great Emperor karmic position, I can feel that the four realms are about to merge. Inform the city lords of the various territories to comfort and protect the people. During the merger of the four realms, there will definitely be a great collision between heaven and earth. The world will be in turmoil. We need to protect the people. Zombie Yen Chuan said. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Gue Guzi walked behind Yen Chuan. Great Emperor, news came from the Great Kindness World. In half a day at most, the four realms will merge. Gue Guzi said. Oh. Zombie Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. Also, he said that the Great Kindness World is not as simple as the rumors say. It's very deep and has countless experts. Gue Guzi whispered. I can also guess that the Great Kindness World's foundation is the foundation of the Second Era. It's naturally much stronger than the Great Wide World. Yen Chuan nodded. Yes. However, Great Zhen has many grievances with the Lotus God. I'm worried that. Wait for my orders. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. In infinity. The form of the first world was a chaos sphere that was safely fixed in infinity. One could vaguely see a dividing line in the middle that divided the first world into two. Half was the Yang realm, and the other half was the Netherworld. From three different directions, three balls of chaotic origin of the same size were hurtling toward him at an extremely fast speed. One was black, one was white, and one was gold. They were so fast that it seemed like they would perish together in the next moment. The collision between heaven and earth of the Four Realms. Chapter 1485. The Four Realms were getting closer and closer. Unification was imminent. All living beings in the world had just recovered from the great changes not long ago. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. They walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky. Feeling this inexplicable heart beating wildly. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's as if I didn't do anything. Me too. Something seems to have happened. So strong. All living beings fell silent. Waiting for something to happen. This was the Four Realms approaching. The huge gravitational force affected all living beings imperceptibly. Hum. After a while, a buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the world. All living beings widened their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Everyone looked up at the sky. In Wuxia, the four Tai Chi spheres were getting closer and closer. As they approached, the four heavenly demon realms were the first to bear the brunt. The powerful suction force instantly sucked countless heavenly demons into Wuxia. As soon as they entered Wuxia, they instantly disappeared into nothingness. The great evil realm was the first to reach the first realm. Countless powerhouses stared at the moment of final contact. It was getting closer and closer. The Nether River Patriarch, Fuxi, Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and the explosive Beast King all stared at the place of contact. The outermost heavenly demon realm was close together. At an extremely terrifying speed, they finally made contact. Hong! A huge sound instantly filled the entire heavenly demon realm. A huge shock was produced, and countless heavenly demons were instantly blasted apart. 64 trigrams, fix the heavenly demon realm. Fuxi shouted softly. Boom! Fuxi's shout instantly spread throughout the heavenly demon realm of the first realm. The entire heavenly demon realm paused for a moment. On the other side, a shout also came from the great evil realm. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Boom! The heavenly demon realm made contact. The collision between the two realms began. After charging through the heavenly demon realm, what followed was the real collision between heaven and earth. The great evil realm's collision location happened to be in the direction of the outer southern continent. While all living beings in the world were waiting for the result, the outer southern continent welcomed a shocking scene. In the starry sky, countless stars suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! During the Big Bang, countless black holes appeared in the sky of the outer southern continent. Countless black holes crazily absorbed the light. The entire southern outer continent was gloomy. A huge suction force rushed down. Below, countless soil, rocks, plants, animals, rivers, and seawater were sucked up by a suction force. Ah! Help! Master, save me! Ah! In the outer south continent, countless cries sounded out as countless creatures were sucked into the sky. Countless miserable cries sounded out. Countless peerless experts from all over the world frowned as they watched. Yen Chuan, in his human form, stood at the entrance of the skyward palace and stared at the south. Yen Chuan was at the 14th heavenly layer, and his eyesight wasn't good enough. However, with the great monarch's altar, his strength had risen to the 15th heavenly layer. Naturally, he could see the situation in the outer south continent clearly. It was incomparably magnificent. The entire outer south continent was shrouded in a tremendous force. He could vaguely see the gloominess of the southern continent. They're here. All cities, activate the city defense formation. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. In the outer south continent, the world was in chaos. The great evil world descended and charged towards the outer south continent. In the great evil world, at the peak of a huge palace, the Lotus deity led countless demons and waited with rapt attention. The collision point of the two worlds, the outer south continent of the Yang realm. It's about to crash. The Lotus deity shouted. Hong! The collision shook the world. Regardless of whether it was the first world or the great evil world, they were instantly filled with this loud noise. A huge shockwave rushed from the outer south continent to all directions. The entire world of the Yang realm experienced a huge earthquake in an instant. Hum! In the first world, 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared out of thin air. Rolling power surged in all directions, calming the impact of this huge collision. Even so, there were still countless storms blowing in all directions, and the airflow of the entire Yang realm was completely chaotic. With the exception of a few experts, ordinary birds would be swept away as soon as they flew into the sky. Rumble. The loud noise in the outer south continent continued. Under the huge collision, it was chaotic for a moment. Everything in the outer south continent could not be seen clearly, as if the world had returned to chaos. Heavenly Emperor, we've lost contact with all the spies in the outer south continent. Yifeng frowned. Yan Chuan nodded. Even with Yan Chuan's eyesight, he could not see the outer south continent. He could only see the edge of the outer south continent. Along with the seawater, there were countless demons wreaking havoc in the sky. The great evil world has descended. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Everything was just the beginning. The great evil world had descended. Next was the great kindness world. The outer west continent of the netherworld welcomed the collision of the great kindness world. Just like the Yang realm, under the huge collision, demons flew everywhere, and countless living beings and dead spirits suffered. The entire outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. In the outer west continent of the netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's forces. The White Tiger Emperor looked at the collision of the great kindness world and his face darkened. White Tiger Celestial Realm. Protect. Boom. The White Tiger Emperor wanted to protect the Tiger Tribe's outer west continent. Unfortunately, the collision of heaven and earth was not something the White Tiger Emperor could face. Boom. The outer west continent of the netherworld fell into chaos. Yan Chuan, the zombie of the outer east continent, suddenly could not see anything in the outer west continent. He could only see white and golden light shooting out from the direction of the outer west continent. Wherever the light passed, countless vengeful spirits were instantly purified. Then, it was the great wide world. In the great wide world. A huge floating city with the words, Lingxiao Heavenly Court written on it. The leader was a man in a golden dragon robe. He was the realm lord of the great wide world, Zhong Shan. He looked into the distance. 3,000 heavenly Tao, defend. Hong. The great wide world collided with the outer north continent of the Yang realm. In an instant, the outer north continent was in chaos. A large number of things and living beings on the ground were all swept up. Rumble. As they collided, the outer north continent gradually fell into chaos. Heaven and earth collided, and the four worlds collided. Looking from Wuxia, the four realms looked like four huge spheres leaning against each other. 3 of the spheres were glued to the sphere in the middle. Some of them fused with each other. In other words, a part of each world fused with the outer south continent of the Yang realm, the outer north continent of the Yang realm, and the outer west continent of the netherworld. During the fusion period, it was chaos. The heavenly demons of the four worlds scurried around each other as if they were trying to fight for their respective territories. The shape of the four worlds turned into a strange shape. It was a four-sphere that was stuck together. Heavenly Demon World. Fuxi, Patriarch Nether River, and Snake Spirit were watching all of this. The four worlds collided and the four worlds merged into one. Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. It's merged, but it's not primordial chaos yet. Fuxi said in a deep voice. King, what is primordial chaos? Snake Spirit asked curiously. It's the true fusion into one, turning into primordial chaos and transcending everything. Of course, it can also be seen from the shape. The other three worlds have each fused a continent. Next, more continents will be fused. It can also be said that they will overlap with each other. When they completely overlap into a sphere, they will completely fuse into one, which is primordial chaos. Fuxi explained. That means we still have time. Snake Spirit's eyes lit up. Fuxi nodded. There's still a little time, but it's almost time. Patriarch Nether River suddenly looked at Fuxi. Fuxi, are you ready to face fate? Fuxi looked at Patriarch Nether River and smiled. He did not speak but took a deep breath and looked at Wuji in the distance. He suddenly exhaled, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Patriarch Nether River looked at Fuxi and smiled. He did not continue to ask because it was meaningless to ask now. I'm going back. Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. Fuxi nodded. Slash. Patriarch Nether River suddenly slashed, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Patriarch Nether River instantly entered between heaven and earth and flew quickly to his 10 palaces. Yang Realm, East Outer Continent, Xianyang City. Yan Chuan in human form looked at the South Outer Continent and then at the North Outer Continent and took a deep breath. Great Emperor, the South Outer Continent is the evil world of the Lotus God, and the North Outer Continent is the good world of Mount Zhong. Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. Reporting to the Great Emperor, there's news from the underworld. Yifeng immediately reported. Oh. There's movement on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld. 2 figures entered the North Outer Continent from the chaotic Yang Realm. Yifeng said. People from the Greater Thousand World. Yan Chuan's expression changed. It should be. A man in white with a sword on his back. His sword intent soared into the sky. The sentry was an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt as if a sword had pierced into the depths of his soul. He froze there and only recovered after a while. The sword intent in his heart collapsed. Yifeng said. Invisible sword intent. Gue Guzi said solemnly. It's Jian Ao. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The other man was holding a horsetail whisk. After entering the underworld, illusory images of babies flew around him. Each of them had a pair of white wings and were incomparably holy. An extremely peaceful feeling spread out. The other sentry was also an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt a sense of peace and happiness. He lost himself in his longing and only recovered after a long time, Yifeng said. That's Xian Yuan. Yan Chuan nodded. Where are the 2 of them going? Gue Guzi asked. I don't know. Wait for the news from the sentry. Reporting. A sentry quickly came from afar. They're here. Yifeng's eyes lit up. Reporting to the Great Emperor, the Xuanwu Hall in the North Outer Continent of the Underworld has been inexplicably attacked. 2 great experts have descended and are clashing with the Xuanwu Great Emperor. Reporting. News from the South Outer Continent of the Underworld. The Transcendent's Heavenly Star and Pluto have appeared at the Yellow Springs Road and are heading towards the West Outer Continent of the Underworld. Reporting. News quickly gathered in front of Yan Chuan. Chapter 1486. The Great Collision of Heaven and Earth. The Yang Realm's Outer South Continent, Outer North Continent, and Outer West Continent were all in chaos. However, as time passed, the chaotic lands of the 3 continents gradually cleared up. At this moment, almost all the experts in the world understood that the world was going to be in chaos. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In the study room. A group of officials stood respectfully in front of the desk. Lu Gang reported the news that the factory guards had received. Your Majesty, Emperor Xuanwu has been killed. Lu Gang's eyelids twitched wildly. Xuanwu has been killed. Yan Chuan frowned slightly. Jian Ao and Xian Yuan. Gigu Zi said solemnly. It seems that too many things have happened in the vast 1,000 worlds in the past million years. When I fought with Zhong Shan, Jian Ao was at most 14th heaven. A million years. Too many things have happened. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded in agreement. After all, the Black Tortoise Great Emperor was also at the peak of the 15th heaven. With the help of the Great Emperor karmic rank, he had the strength of the 16th heaven. However, he was still killed. This meant that Jian Ao and Xian Yuan were definitely stronger than the Black Tortoise Great Emperor. Your Majesty. A voice came from outside the study room. Come in. A factory guard respectfully walked to Lu Gang and bowed to Yan Chuan. Your Majesty, there was a great battle at the border between the outer West Continent and the inner South Continent. Emperor White Tiger was finally captured and escorted to the Yang realm. The factory guard said respectfully. Oh. Emperor White Tiger was captured. Yan Chuan's eyes darkened. The situation of the great emperors not long ago has completely collapsed. Lu Bue smiled bitterly. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Rosefinch, Emperor Xuanwu, and Emperor Qinglong are dead. Emperor White Tiger is a prisoner. Emperor Changsheng gave up on the heaven realm. Only Emperor Huangjin is left. Yifeng nodded. Back then, the heaven realm was established with an unstoppable momentum. And now, the officials took a deep breath and looked at Yan Chuan. There are heroes in every generation. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World had just descended, and their strength was evident. Two great emperors were captured and killed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng explained, Great Emperor, our spies in the three realms have sent us news again. Back then, when heaven and earth collided, our spies only suffered some injuries and didn't die. The news is that the two realms are rapidly fusing. As they fuse, the 3,000 heavenly Daos of their respective realms and the 3,000 heavenly Daos of our first world complement each other. An. Yan Chuan nodded. Wang Jian. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Present. Wang Jian stepped forward. Yan Chuan took out a letter and said, head to the northern outer continent and meet Zhong Shan personally. Pass this letter to him. Yes. Wang Jian replied. 1 month later. The north outer continent of the Yang realm, the place where the greater 1,000 realms first intersected with each other. Rumble. The world regained its clarity, but the entire outer north continent was still shaking. In a huge floating city in the outer north continent. It was called the Ling Shao Imperial Court. The Ling Shao Imperial Court was where the realm lord of the Great Thousand World resided. In the center of the palace, it was called the Immortal Palace. In the palace, there were many officials and generals. Zhong Shan sat on the dragon throne in the center. He wore a golden dragon robe, and golden rays were emitted from the dragon throne. The golden rays pierced through the ground and shot out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth and stabilizing the two realms. Yen. How are the reports from the other realms? Zhong Shan asked. Realm Lord, the Great Thousand World was 200 times bigger than before. Now, the space has condensed and the Yang 9 6 realms has returned to its original state. The Great Thousand World's northern continent and the First World's outer north continent are fusing together. The other 8 continents of the Yang world are located to the north of this place. Our Ling Shao Imperial Court is the center of the world. Yen said respectfully. An. Zhong Shan nodded. Report. A shout came from outside the palace. Soon, a guard rushed into the palace. Realm Lord, Wang Jian of the Great Qin Heavenly Realm requests an audience on behalf of Great Qin Great Emperor. The guard said respectfully. Wang Jian. Zhong Shan's expression changed. The civil and military officials were in an uproar, and then their expressions froze. Everyone held their breaths and no longer spoke. 1,000,000 years ago, the final battle of the Great Thousand World was still fresh in the minds of the old officials. Back then, Great Qin's clan led the Great Qin's officials to the final battle with them. Invite him in. Zhong Shan said solemnly. Zhong Shan used the word invite instead of invite. The difference of one word was enough to show how much importance Zhong Shan placed on Yan Chuan. Soon, Wang Jian was invited into the palace and the officials looked at him. Great Qin Heavenly Realm's 6th Army Commander, Wang Jian, is here on behalf of Great Emperor to greet Realm Lord Zhong. Wang Jian said solemnly. I am relieved that clan is able to recover. He owes me a fair and square battle. Zhong Shan laughed. Wang Jian smiled and said, Great Emperor has never forgotten the battle between Great Emperor and Realm Lord Zhong. Before I came, Great Emperor asked me to bring a letter for Realm Lord Zhong to take a look. Wang Jian took out the letter sent by Yan Chuan and handed it over. A eunuch quickly came up and took the letter, walked up to the stage and handed it over to Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan immediately opened the letter and read it. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. As time passed, Outer South Continent gradually regained its clarity. The two realms merged and the heavenly Tao merged. Heaven and earth were still trembling. At the peak of a huge mountain, countless lotus flowers surrounded it. At the center was a huge lotus flower. Lotus God sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. The lotus flower that lotus God sat on had 17 colors. It slowly released light and suppressed the entire outer south continent. A group of demons stood respectfully around it. More and more people were arriving one after another. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several more rays of light shot over. It was the Nether King and Tian Gang who had escorted the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor was surrounded by a large number of chains. He was completely bound and could not move. At this moment, the White Tiger Emperor looked at the Nether King and Tian Gang who had captured him in fear. In the past, he looked down on these two people. In such a short time, they actually made him a prisoner. How did their strength increase so quickly? It was Lotus God. It must be Lotus God. Both of her subordinates had captured him. How strong was the Lotus God? Although the White Tiger Emperor was captured, he still had his eyesight. Looking at the trembling void and the Lotus God sitting on the huge lotus flower, he instantly understood that it was this person who had suppressed an entire world. My lord, the White Tiger Emperor has been captured. Under his feet is the Emperor altar. It is indeed magical. The Nether King laughed. Lotus God opened her eyes gently and looked at the Emperor altar under the White Tiger Emperor's feet. Divine light flickered in her eyes, and she raised her eyebrows. My lord, is there anything wrong? Tian Gang asked curiously. Lock him up first. After I suppress this world, I will investigate again. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. The two answered. Without the Nether King and Tian Gang's help, the subordinates quickly brought the White Tiger Emperor away. Tian Gang took a deep breath. My lord, the great evil world has already arrived in the first world. Should we take revenge? Revenge? The Nether King's expression changed. Tian Gang ignored the Nether King and looked at Lotus God. My lord, Yan Chuan of the Great Qin Empire insulted me and offended my lord. He is irreconcilable with the great evil world. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the demon race to destroy Xianyang and capture Yan Chuan. I am also willing to go. The Nether King immediately added. Lotus God looked at the two with an indifferent expression. My lord, the Great Qin Empire occupies a huge territory. If we destroy Yan Chuan, we will gain a huge territory. This battle is feasible. A four-faced demon said respectfully. I am willing to be the vanguard. The group of demons immediately shouted. Lotus God sat on the huge lotus flower and looked at Xianyang City in the distance. In the sky above Xianyang City, fate energy was boundless. In another 10 days, the outer south continent where the great evil world and the first world merged will be stabilized. The 8 divisions of the left will quickly conquer the outer south continent. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. At that time, Tian Gang, if you want to do it, go ahead. Lotus God said indifferently. Yes. Tian Gang was overjoyed. 10 days was just right. Tian Gang gathered a large number of experts from the great evil world and sent them all to Xianyang City. He was confident that the power of an entire world was not something Yan Chuan could resist. The Yang world and the outer south continent had merged into one. Countless demons quickly spread across the world. After losing Kong Huangtian, the Kong family, which used to be the ruler of the outer south continent, immediately became cold. Countless experts left one after another. Now, a large number of demons were running everywhere. The Kong family, which was already in danger, immediately became worse. Kong family, Imperial Palace. Peacock Z entered the Imperial Palace. Family head, 3 more territories have been occupied by the demons. The Kong family's forces have been completely defeated. A subordinate said in grief and indignation. Leave. Peacock Z said in a low voice. Yes. Only Blind Kong and Peacock Z were left in the palace. Bastard, why did the old ancestor give the inheritance to Yan Chuan and not to me? Peacock Z said angrily. Bang! He smashed the table with a palm. Family head, please follow the old ancestor's last wish. Blind Kong continued to persuade. Last wish? Humph, Blind Kong, don't you know? That Yan Chuan and the Lotus God have an irreconcilable enmity. Are we going to side with Yan Chuan? Do you want to lead the family to destruction? Peacock Z shouted angrily. Not necessarily. Humph, he is only a distant relative of the Kong family. He can only side with the Kong family. I will never side with him. Peacock Z said coldly. Sigh. Blind Kong sighed softly. Xianyang City. In Yan Chuan's study, everyone had left. Only Yan Chuan sat alone on the dragon throne in the study. Yan Chuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the purple cloud palace that Wu Jiong had given to Yan Chuan. In the small ball, there was a sun with 9 planets revolving around it. The third blue planet emitted strong signs of life. Earth? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao was lying on the side. Miao, Yan Chuan, why are you looking at this? Is that the purple cloud palace? Oh right, it's called Earth. Miao approached curiously. Yes, I want to go in and take a look. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, now. Miao's eyes widened. Yan Chuan nodded lightly. Miao, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 1487. Miao, I want to go too, I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Miao's little claws desperately grabbed Yan Chuan's clothes, as if it was afraid that Yan Chuan would not bring it along. Alright, you can come along, but... Yan Chuan looked at Miao. What? Miao stared innocently. On Earth, almost everyone is mortal, and all the cats are mortal too. No cat can talk, so don't talk in front of people, don't alarm them. Yan Chuan said. Miao, don't worry, I won't talk. Miao immediately promised. But Yan Chuan looked at Miao's promise and felt that it was not reliable. All right. Then, let's go, right now. Miao shouted. Yan Chuan shook his head. Not now. The Purple Cloud Palace was sealed by Hongjun, who mastered the time magic. The time in the Purple Cloud Palace is different from the outside world. Different? Miao stared at the interior. Vaguely, it found something strange. There is also a small ball like this in Mount Zhong. He went in and mentioned that the time in the outside world is 1 to 1,000, which means that 1 year in the inside world is 1,000 years in the outside world. But I just studied it and found that the time in the inside world has changed, and it is not 1 to 1,000 anymore. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ah. What is the ratio? It should be 1 to 1 million. Miao, 1 to 1 million. Isn't that the time in the inside world has stopped? 1 million years in the outside world is only 1 year in the inside world. Miao was surprised. Almost, but that is only relative. The people in the inside world cannot feel it. It has been more than a year since the last time we entered Mount Zhong. Yan Chuan nodded. Then what should we do? Won't it be terrible if we go in? A day inside is equivalent to decades in the outside world. Miao was conflicted. Yan Chuan nodded. This was also the reason why Yan Chuan had not entered the Purple Cloud Palace after obtaining it. No one knew how many things would happen in the next few decades. Report. A guard shouted from outside the hall. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The Longevity Monarch has brought a group of subordinates to Xianyang to seek an audience with the Longevity Monarch. The guard shouted from outside the palace. Longevity Emperor? Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Miao looked at Yan Chuan. Have you forgotten? Back then, when the Chongqing Heavenly Emperor fought against Kong Huangtian, we were there. The Longevity Emperor's move, longevity years, time flies. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Miao, the time theurgy. That wretched man also knows the time theurgy. Miao immediately became excited. That's right. Although the Longevity Emperor's time theurgy is much weaker than Hongjun's, it is still a time theurgy. As long as we can temporarily suppress the time inside the Purple Cloud Palace, we can quickly reduce the difference. Yan Chuan said. Miao, yes. It seems like we need to ask this wretched man for help. Miao immediately nodded and said excitedly. Go and inform Zhao Afang. Let's go and take a look. I wonder how the Afang Palace that was built for her is now. Let's go and take a look. Yan Chuan said. Miao, okay. I'll go now. Miao's figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yan Chuan also stepped out of the study and went to meet the Longevity Monarch. In a large hall in Xianyang, the Longevity Monarch came with dozens of subordinates. Yan Chuan, I have come to seek refuge with you. How is it? My brothers are not bad, right? The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. There was a baby standing beside him. It was Qi Sha. My lord, it's great that you are back. Qi Sha shouted excitedly. Qi Sha, this time, you have worked hard. Our brothers will not forget you. In the future, I will be the boss and you will be the second boss. The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. Okay. Qi Sha did not stand on ceremony and shouted excitedly. The others were also very happy. They had followed the Longevity Monarch because of their loyalty. Now that their leader had returned, they would naturally follow his lead. Yan Chuan, my brothers can't stand being restrained. They were the same in the longevity world. Therefore, they will not be part of the Great Jin's army. It will be better for them to stay in the Foreign Affairs Department. The Longevity Monarch said. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. I am a man of my word. You have obtained 2 emperor's altars. I will also give this to you. The longevity monarch said solemnly. My lord. The subordinates exclaimed. How could the emperor's altars be given away so casually? The longevity monarch waved his hand and said, all right, everyone knows that I have no interest in power. It is useless to keep it. Don't you know what happened to the White Tiger and Xuanwu emperors? In the future, those who have emperor's altars will be hunted down by the world's heroes. I still want to live for a few more years. Everyone was speechless. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Of course. Yan Chuan, I am not talking about you. The longevity monarch said. It's fine. I like challenges. Yan Chuan nodded. That would be great. The longevity monarch said. Boom. The emperor's altars appeared under their feet. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with a grand aura. Slash. The longevity monarch shouted. Boom. Blood qi burst out from Emperor Chongqing's body and scattered in all directions. Whoosh. The longevity monarch instantly withered. However, he walked down from the emperor's altars. He cut off his connection with the emperor's altars. My lord. Everyone was anxious. I am fine. Damn it. It is too difficult to cut open the emperor's altars. I almost lost half my life. The longevity monarch sat down and rested. Yan Chuan did not stand on ceremony. The emperor's altars appeared under his feet. He stepped on his own emperor's altars and stepped on the emperor's altars that the longevity monarch had sent over. Boom. The 2 emperor's altars approached each other and merged. A ferocious intent rushed towards Yan Chuan's body. Roar. Yan Chuan roared. The powerful intent of the emperor's altars filled Yan Chuan's body once again. Yan Chuan felt like he was looking down on the world. He forcefully suppressed the intent that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, he slowly recovered. There was an indescribable comfort in his body. Moreover, Yan Chuan realized that although his cultivation had not increased, his strength should be much stronger than the emperor's altars. Ka ka ka. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. As expected, the emperor's altars are really a whole. Yan Chuan, you have 1/3 of it now. The longevity monarch laughed. That's right. Yan Chuan smiled. The longevity monarch recovered and looked at himself. Ha ha ha, this is right. I said that the emperor's altars have affected my personality too much. This is normal. The longevity monarch's expression changed greatly. His original dignity disappeared and he returned to the Dongfang Jingpai of the past. There was a trace of wretchedness. Yan Chuan looked at the Dongfang Jingpai strangely. Yan Chuan stepped forward and kept the emperor's altars. Qisha, take the others and stay here first. I have something to discuss with the Dongfang Jingpai. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Qisha nodded. A baby led the group of earthly fiend stars and left quickly. Yan Chuan, is there anything else? Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Yan Chuan took out the golden ball. The moment the ball appeared, Dongfang Zhengpai felt something strange. What a thick trace of time ability. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. To those who cultivated time ability, they would naturally be excited to see the profound manifestation of their ability. This is called the Purple Cloud Palace. Study it and see if you can suppress this time ability for a short period of time. I want to go in for a while. Yan Chuan said. Go in. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. This is definitely an incredible place. Is it a world wrapped in time divine ability? I want to go in too. Dongfang Zhengpai said immediately. Sure. Yan Chuan nodded. One day later, in a palace in Xianyang City. Yan Chuan in human form, Yan Chuan in zombie form, Miao, Zhaoafang, and Dongfang Zhengpai gathered together. Alright, I have settled the matters of the others. Let's go in. Dongfang Zhengpai said. The time difference has been settled. Yan Chuan in human form looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Of course. However, it can only be suppressed for a short period of time. This purple cloud palace is too powerful. Is Hongjun really only at the 15th level? Is he really the same as me? I think his time ability is way better than mine. Dongfang Zhengpai said angrily. Let's go. Yan Chuan in human form said. Everyone nodded. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand at the golden ball. Whine. Ripples appeared on the surface of the golden ball. Let's go. Dongfang Zhengpai took the lead and the group walked in. Whoosh. Yan Chuan in human form, Zhaoafang, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai entered together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only zombie Yan Chuan carefully put away the small ball to protect himself, just in case something unexpected happened. Once they entered the golden ball, they would be at the edge of the solar system. To the group of powerful beings, this was not a distance at all. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Earth and landed on the moon. Meow, look, there's someone jumping over there. Is that a zombie? Meow saw an astronaut jumping on the surface of the moon. Let's go and take a look. Dongfang Zhengpai was also interested. Solar system, Earth's moon. An astronaut walked out of the capsule and walked on the surface of the moon. The astronaut's name was James. A year ago, American astronauts found 3 aliens on the moon who could talk and laugh in a vacuum. 2 of them spoke with China's Hunan accent. The United States increased their exploration of the moon, hoping to contact the strange aliens again. James reporting, nothing unusual. James reporting again, nothing unusual. Oh, I see it. They're coming for me. The aliens are coming for me. James shouted in horror. Before he came, he was full of excitement. However, when he saw the aliens, he suddenly thought of some sci-fi movies that invaded the Earth and screamed. Bang! Meow jumped on the helmet of James' huge spacesuit. James immediately thought of the parasitic aliens in Alien. Help, don't kill me. Mommy! James cried in his unfamiliar Hunan accent. Yan Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Zhaoafang's expressions froze. James's cries were so shrill that even Meow Meow, who was in high spirits, jumped in fright when he heard them. What the hell? So disgusting, I'm pissing my pants. Meow said speechlessly. Chapter 1488. Yan Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhaoafang, and Meow left the moon and went straight to Earth, leaving James paralyzed on the ground. It took a while for James to recover from his fright. I want to go back to Earth. There are aliens here. I don't want to be experimented on by them. James ran back to the shuttle. His face was still pale when he entered the shuttle. James, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? On one of the monitors, a general asked in a deep voice. General, there are aliens. Let me go back. Let me go back. James said in fear. However, the general on the other side was overjoyed. Aliens? What happened? James stammered and told the general what happened just now. That's great. James, quickly contact the aliens. Represent the United States and send them a good invitation. The general said immediately. Contact? James rolled his eyes and fainted. Earth, above the Pacific Ocean. Yan Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhaoafang, and Meow. The 4 of them stood in mid-air and looked down. At this moment, a commercial plane flew past. Most people were asleep. Only a little girl sat by the window and stared at the three people and the cat in midair. "Mommy, mommy. That kitten is so cute." The 3 or 4-year-old girl pulled the woman beside her excitedly. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. "Baby, go to sleep." "No, mommy, I want that kitten. It's wearing a little felt hat. It's so cute. I want one too." "Baby, you must be dreaming. Where's the kitten?" "Outside the window, there's a big brother, a big sister, and a big fat guy. The kitten is standing on the big brother's shoulder," the little girl said. The woman. "Baby, you must be dreaming. How can there be people outside?" The woman obviously didn't believe her. "There's really someone outside." "Wah, mommy doesn't believe me." The little girl suddenly cried. "Baby, you can't lie." "Wah, wah, I'm not lying, right?" "Wah, wah, wah." The little girl's cries immediately woke up everyone on the plane. No one could fall asleep due to the cries and shouts. "This brat." A low voice came from somewhere. The plane flew away. Meow's eyes widened. "This thing can fly. Why aren't there any magical energy fluctuations?" Meow Meow exclaimed. "Look, underground there, on that road, there's a metal box. There's someone sitting in it too." Dongfang Zhengpai pointed at a car on the road in the distance. "Look, there are iron ships above the sea." Everyone looked at this grotesque world together. Zhaoafang stretched out his fingers and quickly calculated. Soon, the blueprints of planes, ships, cars, and trains were displayed by Zhaoafang. "It's the same as what Wu Jiong said," Yen Chuan said in a low voice. "They are all mortals. They use this kind of oil to burn, and the heat generated from it creates power." Zhaoafang explained. "This kind of fossil energy? Underground fossil energy?" Yen Chuan looked at the oil refineries pointed out by Zhaoafang in surprise. "Also, there are all kinds of waves in this world. The entire ground is filled with electric waves, and there's a receiver connected to the stars. These signals are gradually forming communication. The two people over there are using a small box to transmit messages." Zhaoafang was surprised. He calculated with his fingers, and the theory was displayed in front of everyone. Yen Chuan was surprised at first, but after watching for a while, he lost interest in it. "I heard it. Those people said that the small box is called a mobile phone." Meow said excitedly. "What a pity." Yen Chuan shook his head. "What's wrong? Mobile phones are just so. According to what you said, mobile phones need to build many signal towers. It's so troublesome that it can't be spread all over the first world. Even if the signal towers are built, they have to worry about being destroyed and losing communication. Moreover, the fastest speed is only the speed of light. It's far inferior to the life token." Yen Chuan said in a low voice. "Mobile phones are only suitable for Earth." Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. "What about the airplanes and cars?" Meow's hearing was good enough to hear the discussion from afar. "It's also very difficult to popularize it in the first world because this kind of thing requires a large amount of fossil energy. It requires the extraction of the Earth's blood. It's like draining the pond to catch fish. In less than 200 years, the fossil energy of petroleum will be completely exhausted. Future generations can only walk towards the end of the road. Moreover, the oil doesn't disappear after being burned. Instead, it turns into invisible impurities and is discharged into the air after being burned. If this continues, people will not only be breathing air, but also oil that has no energy." Yen Chuan shook his head. "Is this drinking poison to quench thirst?" Zhaoafang said in a low voice. "Yes, and this fossil energy can't be stored in large quantities without a space treasure. It can be used for short distances, but once the distance is long, it can't be taken away, and it can't be used too far away from Earth. Yan Chuan shook his head. Meow, they're still cutting down trees. Meow pointed to the distance. The common people are innocent. It's only the rich and powerful who are destroying nature. Zhao Fang said in a low voice. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. But without cultivation, it's still very comfortable for the common people to live like this. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Comfortable? This is exchanging one generation's comfort for 10,000 generations of misery. Yan Chuan shook his head. The metaphysical is the Tao, the physical is the tool. The so-called technology they're talking about is only the tool, and the physical is the Tao. Neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the details is already deviating a lot from the Tao. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The metaphysical is the Tao, the physical is the tool. Zhao Fang nodded. In a short period of time, the quality of life of the common people on Earth was indeed getting better and better. However, how long could the practice of drinking poison to quench thirst last? The future generations would definitely taste the bitter fruit. But there's still solar energy over there. Meow pointed to the things she heard from afar. There's a limit to the solar energy collection. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yan Chuan, Zhao Fang, and Meow were studying the laws of Earth. However, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up with excitement. Huh, Yan Chuan, let's go our separate ways. Let me know when you're leaving. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Whoosh. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately flew to the left. In the male dormitory of a certain university. Under the scorching summer sun, a group of shirtless boys entered a dormitory together. A group of people surrounded a computer that was playing a video. Each of them stared at the video on the computer with a critical look. The academic atmosphere was thick. The group of people did not even blink. Occasionally, they swallowed their saliva and tried to suppress their hunger as they studied the video on the computer. Everyone was focused on the video, even when Dongfang Zhengpai flew in through the window. His two ears did not care about what was going on outside, and he had the attitude of someone who was reading the books of the sages. Dongfang Zhengpai snuck behind the group of people and listened to the voice of Yamidi coming from the computer. He patted the shoulder of a guy and asked, "Kid, what are you looking at? Don't bother me." The guy did not even turn his head. He did not even want to shift his gaze away from the computer. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the guy strangely. He was too serious. He raised his head and followed the gaze of the crowd. As he watched, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were fixed on the screen. His face was filled with blood and his nose was bleeding. He did not even have the mood to stop the bleeding. An hour later. When the video changed to a new one, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes revealed a perverted look. He could not help but say, is this heaven? The people of Earth are too blessed. Almighty God, this is a spirit that does not benefit oneself and only benefits others. Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled as he revealed a perverted look. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan, Zhao Fang, and Meow looked down and roughly understood the technology of Earth. Let's go to the tomb that I built back then. Yan Chuan said. Zhao Fang and Meow nodded. Swish. The two of them soon arrived at the tomb of the first emperor. However, there were already many buildings around the tomb. Countless terracotta soldiers and horses were also surrounded. The three of them landed at the foot of Mount Li and looked around. Then, they went straight to the buildings where the terracotta soldiers and horses were. Soon, they arrived. The sky was already dark. Yan Chuan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he walked slowly and observed the changes in the surroundings. Everything has changed. Yan Chuan sighed. Yes. Zhao Fang nodded. The three of them walked inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over and illuminated Yan Chuan, Zhao Fang, and Miao. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw an old man about 60 years old walking out from a small door. He held a searchlight and shone it at them. "It's not open at night. Come again tomorrow." The gatekeeper shouted. "Visit?" Yan Chuan smiled. The three of them continued to walk inside. "Didn't I tell you? It's not open at night. Go back." The gatekeeper shouted again. "This is my tomb. I can come and go as I please." Yan Chuan said calmly. "What? Your tomb? Who are you?" The gatekeeper asked curiously. Zhao Fang said, "My husband is the owner of this place. This is my husband's tomb. Are you the tomb keeper here?" "Tomb keeper? Who are you trying to scare by wearing ancient clothes at night?" The gatekeeper felt that something was amiss. After all, it was strange to wear ancient clothes to such a sinister place at night. Even if they were trying to cheat, it would not be so exaggerated. Were they not afraid of visiting at night? Moreover, the price of dressing up was not small. The gatekeeper mustered his courage and shouted again, "Who are you?" "My husband used to be called Ing Zheng. This is my husband's tomb," Zhao Fang said with a smile. But when he said these words in the middle of the night, no matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably eerie. The gatekeeper's teeth were chattering. Ing Zheng. Qin Shi Huang. Don't spread rumors. If you repeat it 500 times, I'll check your water meter. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid. The gatekeeper's mouth trembled as he said in horror. "Old man, you really know how to talk nonsense. It's not your home. Why are you so nosy?" Meow. Meow was speechless. Cats can talk. Ghost. The gatekeeper tossed the searchlight aside and ran away. Yan Chuan. Chapter 1489. First World, Outer South Continent. Tian Gang and the Nether King had gathered a group of experts from the great evil world. Eastern High Priest, Hui Yi, and everyone else, I hope that everyone can lend us a hand. Tian Gang said solemnly. Some of the experts had 8 arms, some had 4 faces, some had 2 wings, and some looked normal. One of them was a man in a grey robe. His hair was combed back, and he exuded a sacred aura. Tian Gang. Is Yan Chuan really that powerful? You and the Nether King can't deal with him? The man in the grey robe asked. Tian Gang smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan's cultivation is not obvious, but he has many tricks up his sleeves. After suffering so many losses in the past, I finally understood that he can't be described with common sense. Oh. Not long ago, I also found out about Yan Chuan's identity. Everyone, who knows about the Great Thousand World? Tian Gang asked. What do you mean? I also just found out that Yan Chuan was the emperor of the Great Thousand World in the past. He and Zhong Shan, the Great Thousand World's lord, split the world. In the end, Zhong Shan destroyed himself. In the final battle, Zhong Shan achieved immortality. Tian Gang explained. There's such a thing. Everyone was surprised. He also cultivated the Jiangchen body. The Nether King interrupted. When he interrupted, a man in a purple robe raised his eyebrows. Jiangchen body. Tian Gang's eyes lit up. That's right, Jiangchen body. Hui Yi, you also cultivate the Jiangchen body, right? The purple-robed Hui Yi nodded. Alright, I'll go with you to take a look. Hui Yi nodded, and the surrounding experts nodded as well. With Tian Gang and the Nether King as lobbyists, most of the people followed them. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Tian Gang said. Everyone nodded. Boom. There were 20 people in the group, and each of them was a peerless expert. In the great evil world, no one was weaker than Tian Gang. Naturally, their strength was also outstanding in the great evil world. The group of 20 people instantly turned into streamers and disappeared from the outer South Continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In a huge palace. Inside the palace, 5 men sat cross-legged. Beside each man was a huge gourd. They were Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng from the divine world. The 5 of them sat cross-legged. In front of them stood the right chief minister of Great Zhen, Lu Buwei, the Empress Zizi, and the army commander Jin Dayu. I've kept everyone waiting. The battle will begin soon. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Except for Sha Di, the other 4 didn't look happy. Where's Yan Chuan? You called us here, but he didn't come out to meet us. Meng Sansheng asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until now, Meng Sansheng had been unhappy. In the past, in order to obtain enough beasts to trade, he had given Yan Chuan a jade talisman that could help Yan Chuan resolve a crisis. The God realm had its own plans, and it also had its own plans for the world. With this jade talisman, it wouldn't be easy to target Great Zhen. However, as long as he used the jade talisman, he would no longer owe De Zhen a favor. Thus, when they received De Zhen's request for help, the eyes of the experts of the God realm instantly lit up. In fact, 5 out of the 7 great experts had come. But when he arrived in Xianyang, he found that he had been completely ignored by Yan Chuan. Ignored? He had always been the one who ignored others. How could he be ignored by others? Who was Yan Chuan? He had asked him for help, but he didn't even want to show his face. This was blatant mockery. Except for Sha Di, who was good at maintaining his composure, the other 4 immediately looked gloomy. ZZ looked at everyone and took a deep breath. You promised to resolve a crisis for De Zhen, but you didn't say that you wanted my husband to hold a banquet for you. ZZ. Meng Sansheng said with a gloomy face. ZZ was his granddaughter in terms of bloodline. Although there was no kinship between them, he was still her grandfather in name. How could she be so rude to him? ZZ looked at Meng Sansheng without the slightest respect. Ever since she was young, ZZ had grown up in solitude. Yan Chuan was her only family. Meng Sansheng didn't take care of her at all. ZZ even knew that Meng Sansheng must be plotting something against her. Everyone, you're here to fulfill your promise. You're here to return the favor. You're the ones who agreed to help Great Zhen. We're not the ones who begged you. ZZ said solemnly. Huh. Meng Sansheng was a little angry. ZZ glanced at him indifferently. De Zhen can still resolve this crisis without you. It's just that De Zhen doesn't want to have too much to do with you. Too much to do with? What do you mean? Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. I don't want to say more. I'm tired. Prime Minister Lu, I'll leave this to you. ZZ looked at Lu Buwei. Yes, Empress. Lu Buwei replied. Okay. ZZ nodded and stepped out of the hall. After ZZ left, Lu Buwei said with a smile, everyone, please don't mind her. The Empress is outspoken. Please don't go easy on her because of this. What did you say? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. Sha Di was the only one who remained calm and said, the divinity never goes back on its word. Of course, we will do our best. That's good. Lu Buwei nodded. The relationship between the divine world and De Zhen was very complicated. That was why Lu Buwei was not friendly. This time, they were just using the divine world. After this, they would be very wary of the divine world. Sha Di looked at Jin Dayu and said, Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu had a complicated expression. Although Sha Di refused to admit that he was his ancestor, Jin Dayu found it hard to believe. Moreover, Sha Di had saved him twice, so Jin Dayu was very respectful to him. "Where's Yan Chuan?" Sha Di asked faintly. Jin Dayu's expression was conflicted. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, "The great emperor is receiving honored guests, so he has neglected everyone. Please forgive him." Distinguished guests. Ha! Meng Sansheng, who had just calmed down, was angry again. Weren't they distinguished guests? Seventh brother. Sha Di said in a deep voice. Meng Sansheng's face froze. He sighed and said, "Yes, third brother." Sha Di nodded and turned to Lu Buwei. "You can go now. When the crisis comes, just call us out." "Okay." Lu Buwei nodded and said with a smile. Then, Lu Buwei and Jin Dayu stepped out of the hall. Quang! The door of the hall was slammed shut. "How dare Yan Chuan ignore us?" Meng San said angrily. The others were also angry. "I can turn invisible and pass through walls. Let me see who Yan Chuan is meeting." Sixth brother Yulin said in a deep voice. "No." Sha Di shook his head. "We owe De Zhen a favor. Let's talk about it after we return the favor." Sha Di shook his head. Everyone frowned and nodded at last. Moreover, after this battle, the divine world has something to discuss with Yan Chuan. Sha Di added. His words completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. 3 days later. Heavenly Dipper and Nether King led 18 experts and arrived at Xianyang City. Although there were not many of them, each of them was powerful. They were peerless experts in the great evil world. Boom! Tian Gang took the lead. When he arrived at the south of Xianyang City, he stopped and a gust of wind swept over. Boom! 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 They approached Xianyang City one by one. Their powerful auras rushed toward Xianyang City. The surging waves of air even forced the countless plants in the surroundings to bend over. Tiangang rubbed his head that had 36 scars on it, his face full of metal. Yan Chuan, come out. Boom! Tiangang's voice filled the entire Xianyang City, no, the entire Zhenlong territory. Tiangang's voice was so overbearing that all the cultivators in the Zhenlong territory felt their hearts skip a beat. How dare you! Countless guards shouted angrily. Boom! The array of Xianyang City was activated. Gigu Zi and Lu Buwei stood at the square of Chaotian Palace. The officials gathered and looked coldly at the uninvited guests in the sky. Behind them, the gate of Chaotian Palace was closed. Yan Chuan did not show up. However, a group of empresses stood out. Among the empresses, Mo Yushi saw the Nether King in the distance. She raised her eyebrows and looked worried. Dong-en! Mo Yushi shouted. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. So it's the Empress of Great Zhen. Listen carefully. I am not Yen Dong-en. I am the Nether King. My surname is not Yen. Bastard. Mo Yushi glared at the Nether King. Her eyes flashed with anger. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. Yen Dong-en, listen carefully. Since your mind is controlled by the Lotus God, you can't think for yourself. I can ignore your nonsense now. However, if you hurt the people of Great Zhen, don't think that I will let you go. Mo Yushi shouted angrily. It seemed like Mo Yushi was scolding the Nether King. However, they were mother and son. How could Mo Yushi really do anything to the Nether King? In Mo Yushi's mind, Yen Dong-en was the future crown prince of Great Zhen. Now that he shouted that he was controlled by the Lotus God, it was actually for the officials and the people to hear. It was to prevent the people from hating the crown prince. Humph. The Nether King snorted. Ha ha ha. Astral Vault was delighted to see the Nether King and his son fighting. Yan Chuan, come out and die. Astral Vault shouted again. A powerful aura swept across the entire Xianyang city. Rumble. The powerful aura caused ripples to appear on Xianyang's defensive array. You little rascals want the Emperor to fight? Astral Vault, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Buwei said indifferently. Astral Vault looked coldly at Lu Buwei. An ordinary ancestral immortal dared to be so impudent. He saw Lu Buwei looking at a large hall not far away. Creak. The hall opened and 5 men with gourds on their backs walked out slowly. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng. The 5 experts from the divine realm carried their gourds and slowly walked to the front of the officials. They stood in a row and looked coldly at the 20 peerless experts who had suddenly appeared. The 20 peerless experts also stared at the 5. The 5 of them had their foreheads protruding. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were filled with ferocity. Chapter 1490. As the breeze blew, Sha Di and the other 4's clothes fluttered gently. However, they were looking at the 20 experts in front of them seriously. Although the 5 of them were arrogant, they knew that the 20 experts were not as weak as they used to be. At the very least, the current Heavenly Dipper was not the leader of this group of people. In fact, based on the attitude he occasionally revealed, he was rather respectful towards some of them. A detached realm expert. Tian Gang was at level 14. However, he could display the strength of level 15 because he was a detached realm expert. Even with such strength, he still showed respect to some of them. All of them are at level 15. Sha Di squinted his eyes and said gloomily. All of them are at level 15. Lu Buwei's face fell. 1,000,000 years? What happened in the past 1,000,000 years? There were not so many experts in the great evil world in the past. No. What they knew in the past was just superficial information. The foundation of the great evil world was not revealed to others. Moreover, Lotus God could improve the strength of Nether King and Tian Gang in such a short time. Could it improve the strength of others as well? Humph, a group of weirdos with gourds on their backs. Get lost, or else. Tian Gang scolded. Treasure, please turn around. Sha Di shouted softly. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot out and instantly reached the Heavenly Dipper. What? Tian Gang's face changed and he slapped it with his hand. Boom! Tian Gang's right arm was cut in half. The huge force rushed to Tian Gang's head. Ah! Tian Gang exclaimed as his figure swayed, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was not only targeting Tian Gang but also the Eastern Grand Priest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Eastern Grand Priest. The Eastern Grand Priest's face fell and he used the scepter in his hand to counter the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the Eastern Grand Priest took a step back and the immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back. Whoosh! The immortal slaying flying saber returned to the immortal slaying gourd. Sha Di squinted his eyes and stared at the Eastern Grand Priest. The immortal slaying flying saber's attack was knocked back so easily. Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng's face fell. 20 great experts. That was no ordinary number. The powerhouses of the great evil world were indeed extraordinary. God Realm, Immortal Beheading Gourd. Eastern High Priest's face sank. On the other side, Tian Gang grabbed his severed arm and reattached it in fear. The person in front of him was too ferocious, and he actually had no power to resist. Eastern High Priest, this person is troublesome. Tian Gang frowned. Tian Gang, looks like you're right. Great Jin. Great perfection indeed has endless means. What a good immortal slaying flying saber. Unfortunately, your immortal slaying flying saber has yet to reach its strongest state. Eastern High Priest said solemnly. This is still not strong. Tian Gang exclaimed. You don't understand. East High Priest murmured. I'll deal with the Immortal slaying flying saber. As for the others, you guys deal with them. Be careful to deal with them, they are all strong people. Eastern High Priest solemnly said. All right. The others all shouted in agreement. You want to deal with me? Oh, fine. A cold light flashed across Shadi's eyes. Shadi was the first to rush out. The road to the underworld opens. My saber breaks the sky. The Shadi shouted. Boom. The void road to the underworld suddenly erupted. Several white lights flew out from the Immortal slaying gourd, and more than one Immortal slaying flying saber swept toward the Eastern High Priest. Sacred light. The Eastern High Priest shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, countless gray lights appeared in the void. They rushed toward Shadi. Boom. The two peerless experts collided with each other, and a large part of the void in the south exploded. Treasure, let's go out. Shadi shouted. Boom. Rolling fire crows spewed out from the fire crow gourd and rushed toward the people opposite. Rolling black sea. Nether King shouted. Unfilial son, you dare to interfere? Mo-Yushi shouted and turned into a huge black phoenix, rushing toward Nether King. Suddenly, the 24 paths of reincarnation trapped Nether King like pillars. Mo-Yushi did not want her son to interfere. Regardless of the result, it would affect the future. Therefore, she had to do it herself. Nether King was stopped, and the others also rushed toward the endless fire crows. Icebound heaven and earth. A four-faced demon shouted. Boom. Endless icebergs fell from the sky. Treasure, let's go out. Emperor Min shouted. Boom. Countless ice toads soared into the sky and charged towards the icebergs. The first world. There is indeed a group of cowards. Eight-armed Naga. An eight-armed demon shouted and his body suddenly expanded. Treasure, let's go. Yulin shouted. Yulin's vanity gourd did not spew out anything. Instead, it released a ray of light toward Yulin. Then, Yulin disappeared and became invisible. It was like a fist had landed on the eight-armed demon's body. Boom. The eight-armed demon retreated quickly. However, there was no one around. Yulin was invisible, and no one could find Yulin. Suddenly, another fist wind flew over. The eight-armed fiend's face lit up with joy, and a huge barrier flew over. Boom. The eight-armed demon was still sent flying. The jade Qilin had pierced through the cover. I can't see or touch him. How am I supposed to fight him? The eight-armed demon was frustrated. He could not hit Yulin at all. How am I supposed to fight him? Treasure, please. With a shout, a ray of purple light shot toward a one-horned demon from the Hongmeng gourd. Boom. The strong suction force made the one-horned demon lose his balance. Whoosh. The one-horned demon was sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Meng Sansheng also stepped into the battlefield. Rumble. The heroes of the divine world were fighting against the demons. When the battle started, the sky and the south of Xianyang were filled with countless loud noises. The fierce impact tore the void apart. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Yulin, Min Huang, and Meng Sansheng were ferocious. 1 against 1, or even 1 against 2, they wouldn't lose to anyone from the great evil world. However, this group had 4 times the number of people. Gradually, they were suppressed. Sha Di was facing 3 peerless experts alone. Seeing his brothers gradually losing ground, his face turned gloomy. Brother, let me borrow your 99-soul dispersing gourd. Sha Di shouted. A loud sound pierced the sky. Rumble. A ray of light flashed in the west. Then, a huge red gourd appeared in front of everyone. Treasure, disperse. There was an explosion in the void. Boom! The huge soul-dispersing gourd suddenly sprayed out countless godly sand. The godly sand rushed toward the demons. Roar! The demons screamed because the godly sand was too evil. Their protective shields were useless in front of it. It penetrated their bodies in the blink of an eye and hit them. Immediately, the group of demons felt a huge impact on their souls. It was as if the divine sand was melting their souls. What a vicious treasure! The group of fiends immediately roared in shock. The upper hand they had was gone with the appearance of the soul-dispersing gourd. Of course, there was one exception, the zombie. A pair of huge purple dragon wings extended from the zombie's back. Its mouth was bearing fangs, and its eyes were glowing red. The godly sand fell on its body, and it was all blown away. The body of a general. Gigu Z's eyes lit up. Gigu Z turned around and was about to report to the Sky Palace behind him. Quang! A door suddenly opened in the Grand Hall. Zombie Yan Chuan slowly stepped out of the skyward hall. Greetings, Great Emperor. All the officials bowed respectfully. Previously, they were a little worried, but after seeing Yan Chuan, everyone was relieved. As long as the Great Emperor was here, any obstacle could be overcome. Emperor, that might be the body of a general from the great evil world. Gue Guzi immediately said. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at the zombie in the distance. The zombie seemed to have sensed something and turned its head to look. However, he saw Yan Chuan walking out of the skyward hall. At this moment, the door of the skyward hall was only half open. Although it was strange, they were more interested in Yan Chuan's physique. The body of a general. You've also cultivated the Jiangchen body, the zombie in the distance shouted. The other battles were still going on, and there was no stopping them. Since Sha Di and his companions had agreed to take care of this matter, they would not slack off. Boom! 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 In the battle, it was difficult to separate. Yan Chuan glanced at the battle around him and took a deep breath. Yan Chuan from the great evil world. Yan Chuan looked at the zombie and shouted. "De from the great evil world," the zombie said. "You're the only one in the great evil world who has cultivated the Jiangchen body, right?" Yan Chuan asked. "Oh. You know." De was surprised. "That's good. De, only one of the generals from the four realms can survive. Since you've come to great evil world, I'll give you a fair fight. I won't use the power of great evil world." Yan Chuan said. De frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. "Sha Di, leave the filth disaster to me. You guys deal with the rest." Yan Chuan shouted into the distance. In the distance, Sha Di turned around and looked at Yan Chuan. At the same time, he saw the half-open entrance to the skyward palace. He frowned and said, "All right." Boom! Without De, Sha Di and the others had a much easier time fighting. Gue Guzi, the 12 Supremes, Desolation Flower, be careful of Yu Shi. Yan Chuan said to Gue Guzi. Yes. Everyone responded. Mo Yushi was fighting against the Nether King, and Yan Chuan was still worried about her. Now that everyone was watching over her, Yan Chuan could fight without any worries. Boom! Beneath Yan Chuan's feet, the great emperor sacrificial altar emerged, emitting a majestic aura. It slowly rose into the sky and flew toward De. Roar. Yan Chuan let out a loud roar. A pair of black dragon bone wings sprouted from his back and fangs extended from his mouth. A ferocious aura was emitted. It's indeed the body of a general. A cold light flashed across De's eyes. Roar! Yan Chuan let out another roar. Another pair of red dragon bone wings sprouted from his back. One black and one red. As soon as the two pairs of wings appeared, a ferocious aura gushed out. Rolling corpse chi dyed half of the sky black. This is... De was stunned. I've already devoured one of the 4 bodies of a general. You'll be the second. Yan Chuan shouted. The 2 pairs of wings flapped. Boom! Yan Chuan charged toward De. Chapter 1491. Boom! Zombie Yan Chuan and Zombie Hui-Yi's fists clashed, shattering a large part of the void. The huge impact caused everyone who was fighting to be slightly stunned. Both of them were unscathed after such a fierce physical attack. Yan Chuan's face turned ferocious. You are indeed much stronger than Jie. The body of a general from the great evil world. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and charged forward again. Boom! The black dragon path appeared behind him, and a surging energy rushed towards zombie Yan Chuan. Behind Hui-Yi, a purple path shot into the sky, and a purple dragon coiled around it. You also cultivated the true dragon path. Very good, you can help me perfect my path. Hui-Yi said coldly. Boom! 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 The battle between the 2 peerless experts became more intense. The sky was filled with the figures of the 2 fighting. The 5 brothers of the divine world were also fighting a group of evil demons, and the battle was extremely intense. However, the evil demons were also experts from the great evil world, and they did not give in at all. For a time, the battle became inseparable. Outside of Xianyang, there was a shattered void. The officials of Great Jin watched patiently. At this moment, there was a banquet table in the skyward palace. There was a teacup on one side of the table, which was where Yan Chuan had been sitting earlier. On the other side of the table, there was a man with 2 figures standing behind him. The man sat at the table, holding the teacup and sipping the tea. He looked outside the palace, and a satisfied look flashed in his eyes. East of Xianyang, the boulder race. A group of experts stood on the boulder peak, staring at Xianyang in the distance. The leader of the group was the boulder race's patriarch, Pan Gung. Pan Gung took a deep breath. The great evil world sublord? Yan Chuan. This Yan Chuan is growing too fast. Pan Ding said with a gloomy expression. Isn't that a good thing? Pan Gung smiled. I hope so. Pan Ding took a deep breath. There is news from Pan Sheng. Pan Gung said indifferently. Oh. Pan Ding's eyes lit up. The true Lord is about to awaken. Pan Gung said solemnly. Pan Ding suddenly became spirited. Birth. Shi and Qin Shi Huang's tomb. After the gatekeeper was scared away by Miao, Miao was scolded by Yan Chuan. I know, I won't talk to you anymore. Miao said with an aggrieved expression. In human form, Yan Chuan, Zhaoafang, and Miao slowly stepped into the imperial mausoleum. To mortals, the various checkpoints might be difficult to pass, but to the 2 humans and 1 cat, it couldn't be any easier. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the terracotta soldiers. Miao, there are so many clay men. Are these the terracotta soldiers? Miao's eyes widened. The number of terracotta soldiers has decreased by a lot. Zhaoafang said with a frown. My Yin soldiers. Yan Chuan swung his sleeves and took a deep breath. Ka 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 ka. All of a sudden, the terracotta soldiers seemed to tremble. Boom. Suddenly, a black aura emerged from the eyes of one of the terracotta soldiers. The black aura surged out and gradually formed a human figure in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the terracotta soldiers were emitting black light. Ka ka. All of the terracotta soldiers knelt down on one knee in front of Yan Chuan. In an instant, the terracotta soldiers were bowing down to their king. Miao, what is this? Miao looked at the black figures in shock. On Earth, there is a type of energy that is very difficult to find in the outside world. It is called antimatter. It can cancel out normal matter. Yen Chuan explained. Cancel out. As you know, the 3,000 heavenly axioms formed heaven and earth. However, antimatter can cancel out the energy of heaven and earth. I didn't understand it in the past, but not long ago, I finally understood what antimatter is. Oh. Antimatter is the variable. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Meow. Variable. Isn't it one of the top 10 mythical beasts? Why is it antimatter again? Do you know how the top 10 mythical beasts were formed? Yen Chuan smiled. Meow. Meow was stunned. Silver-eyed Yen Chuan deduced the exchange beast and deduced it to its most primitive form. In the end, he got this antimatter. The birth of the top 10 mythical beasts requires antimatter. With antimatter, everything will be perfect. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Meow was surprised. Relatively speaking, as long as a large number of creatures are integrated with antimatter, they are all variables. Yen Chuan said. Meow, you mean, if the billions of people on Earth go to the first world, they will all be variables? Meow was surprised. Yes, as long as they go to the outside world, they will all be variables. The entire Purple Cloud Palace contains endless antimatter. Therefore, the people here are born with antimatter in their bodies. Their bones are strong and incomparably thick. Yen Chuan explained. Meow. If the people here are brought out, billions of variables, won't the world be in chaos? Meow exclaimed. Too much is as bad as not enough. If there are too many variables, it will alarm fate. Fate will definitely take action. Yen Chuan shook his head. Meow. Meow rubbed its small head. From this, it can be seen that Hongjun is very shrewd. This place is rumored to be an area sealed by Hongjun in the Greater Thousand World. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yen Chuan said. I think that Earth is not only a place to store antimatter, but it is more like a node that absorbs the antimatter of the four realms and all of it converges here. Zhao Afang analyzed. Oh. That's possible. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. While talking, Yen Chuan reached out and took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang. Opening the world-suppressing bronze coffin, the humanoid and horse-shaped antimatter appeared from the terracotta soldiers and quickly entered the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Meow, are these antimatter collected by you? Meow looked at the terracotta soldiers and asked. Yes, Earth has been here for thousands of years. I have collected enough antimatter. This is just a part of it. Next, collect the antimatter from the terracotta soldiers and bring it back. Bring him back. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. What do you want these antimatter for? Meow asked curiously. Incorporate it into the birth chart to increase the number of variables. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Outside Xianying in the first world. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yu Lin, and Meng Sansheng. Although the five of them were fighting strenuously, with the help of the soul-dispersing gourd, the pressure was reduced a lot. During the battle, they could even see the situation in the distance. The most eye-catching ones were Yen Chuan and Hui Yi. The two of them did not use magic treasures or spells. They only used their great path. Then, their physical bodies collided head-on. Almost everyone was envious of their powerful physical bodies. Perhaps their cultivation was not as high as others, but their physical bodies were incomparable. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy an ancestral immortal artifact. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided more and more fiercely. Roar! Suddenly, their great paths roared. Then, the two of them merged their great paths, boom! Boom! One of them turned into a huge black dragon made of steel. The other turned into a huge purple dragon made of steel. The two dragons were about the same size. They roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! With a roar, they pounced on each other again. Boom! Boom! The dragon claws collided with the dragon scales of the other party. Countless sparks burst out. There were so many sparks that they condensed into electric light. In the intense collision, chain-like electric currents were flung in all directions. Rumble. It was different from the battle with Emperor Qing Long in the past. Emperor Qing Long had transformed into a true dragon. His physical body was only a so-so. How could it compare to this head-on collision? They tangled fiercely. Neither of them gave in. Neither of them lost. Roar, Jiangqin's body. The black dragon roared with a hint of frustration. How troublesome. The purple dragon was also frustrated. Boom. The two dragons continued to collide with each other. At this moment, in the southern outer continent, the entire world was calm. In the center of the southern outer continent, the lotus goddess sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. A group of demons stood beside her. The demons were extremely respectful. At the same time, they looked toward Xian Yang with the lotus goddess. Master, it seems that Yan Chuan is not that impressive. His strength is only comparable to Hui Yi's, a three-eyed demon said in a deep voice. The other demons nodded. The great evil world's foundation was naturally not limited to the 20 people who invaded Xianyang. At this moment, the powerhouses stared at Xianyang with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Yan Chuan. A hint of doubt flashed in the lotus goddess's eyes. Master, that group of people with gourds on their backs seems to be from the deity world, right? It should be a place that was born at the end of the first epoch. However, it mysteriously disappeared later on. I've read some records to understand it. They're actually working together with Yan Chuan, the three-eyed demon said in surprise. The first epoch is the origin of all worlds. Even though I've long planted spies here, I can't see everything in this world. When the four worlds merged, waves of powerhouses appeared. Furthermore, they became stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why I didn't immediately dispatch troops the moment I entered this world, the lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. I've also studied Hui Yi's Jiangqin's body. Only one person per world can cultivate it. This isn't just a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body but also a cultivation technique for cultivating fate charts. Furthermore, I saw a great calamity in it. The lotus goddess said in a deep voice. A great calamity? Not all the powerhouses of the second epoch have appeared. There should still be some in the great kindness world. Send more people to infiltrate the great kindness world and the boundless worlds, the lotus goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've already done it. The lotus goddess nodded. West of Xianyang, on an island above the sea. Two figures stood on the island. They were both wrapped in black robes. Dark Ghost Valley, is that your enemy, Yan Chuan? A black-robed man asked in a deep voice. The other nodded. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, there are two people in the distance who cultivate the Jiangqin's body like you. Watch carefully. Chapter 1492. The Battle of Xianyang had become the main character of the Yang world. The collision between the experts of the deity world and the great evil world shook the world. Even in Luoyang, which was far away in the western outer continent. Wu Jiong and Heaven Reaching heard the loud noise and walked to the front of Taiji Palace, watching the battlefield in the eastern outer continent from afar. Boom! Boom! Sha Di and the others were fighting very hard. After all, the great evil world's foundation was extremely strong. However, the more they fought, the fiercer they became, resisting the group of experts. At the same time, everyone was paying attention to the two huge dragons, one black and one purple. The ferocious collision went straight to the stars. Ordinary stars were blasted into powder by the two dragons' tails. No more people participated in the battle. The fierce battle was in a stalemate. Roar! The black dragon roared and bit the purple dragon. Roar! The purple dragon was also very ferocious. It bit the black dragon. The two dragons bit each other tightly, neither willing to let go. Roar! The black dragon suddenly exerted force, and its dragon teeth finally pierced the purple dragon's skin. You want to die together with me? Humph! The purple dragon roared. Boom! The purple dragon's teeth also pierced the black dragon's skin. The sound of teeth piercing flesh gave off a heavy grinding sound. Hearing this sound, one could feel the ferocity of the power, which made the hearts of countless people tremble. The purple dragon wanted to force the black dragon to let go, but the black dragon bit deeper. Helpless, the purple dragon could only bite with all its might. Only those who were both generals and subjects would be able to bite through the other's body so easily. Rip! The black dragon and the purple dragon tore at almost the same time. Immediately, they bit off a large piece of the other party's flesh. The internal organs were even exposed, and blood spurted wildly. Roar! After eating each other's flesh, the two dragons became even more ferocious. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were horrified. What was this? Eating each other? The bloody scene continued. The black dragon bit the purple dragon again, but the fierce purple dragon refused to let go and continued to tear at the black dragon. The two dragons kept biting each other, tearing off each other's flesh and swallowing it. Are they really eating each other? Pan Gung said in shock in the distance. How could there be such a way of fighting in the world? Eating each other? Countless cultivators suddenly felt very confused. What was this? Was this a competition to see who could last until the end? On the western island. Dark Gui Guzi looked into the distance, then looked at the black-robed royal. Grand Venerable Yutian, are all you people who cultivate the body of generals and ministers so fierce and overbearing? Dark Gui Guzi was speechless. Beside him, Great Venerable Yutian also fell silent. After all, the battle between the two dragons in the distance was too fierce. He was ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. The two ruthless men were eating each other alive. The purple dragon did not want to do this, but the black dragon had forced him into a dead end. He had no other choice. Let's see who can't take it first. He still had the lotus god of the great evil world as his backing. Let's see who could last until the end. You bite, I bite, the two dragons kept biting and swallowing. In the blink of an eye, the two dragons were badly mutilated. Once again, the two dragons bit each other. With a bite, the black dragon was about to tear off a piece of the purple dragon's flesh, but the purple dragon suddenly cried out, "No, no." With a loud cry, the purple dragon trembled in fear. This was because the place where the purple dragon had bitten was the previous wound. There should have been a piece of flesh missing, but now, other than some blood stains, it was perfectly fine. The purple dragon looked carefully again. As expected, the black dragon's injuries were all healed. Ong, this is impossible. With your injuries, how is this possible? The purple dragon cried out in shock. Suddenly, the purple dragon found the reason. The great emperor's sacrificial altar. It was the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The great emperor's sacrificial altar surged with endless energy, filling the black dragon's body. Every piece of flesh that was bitten off was quickly replenished by the energy of the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The black dragon's injured body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ong! The purple dragon roared. The purple dragon understood that he had been tricked. He should not have competed with the black dragon to see who could last until the end. However, it was too late. The black dragon became more and more fierce as the battle went on, while the purple dragon's vital essence leaked out in large amounts. Roar! The black dragon bit fiercely, and the purple dragon's injuries increased. Ong! Finally, the change in quantity turned into a qualitative change, and the black dragon gained the absolute advantage. The black dragon smashed the purple dragon's right claw with one claw. He then tore the purple dragon's right claw off. Ong! The purple dragon roared in pain. However, it was too late. The black dragon's advantage was getting more and more obvious. Boom! The huge dragon claw pierced into the purple dragon's head again. The black dragon was about to kill the purple dragon. Lotus God! The purple dragon roared in horror. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God kept looking at Xianyang. The great emperor's sacrificial altar. Replenish the body. The Lotus God's face darkened. Buzz! A green lotus suddenly appeared between the Lotus God's eyebrows. The Lotus God's consciousness poured in and shot toward the northeast. Boom! Just like the projection of great Emperor Ziwei, the Lotus God traversed through time and space in an instant and appeared above Xianyang. Boom! A huge force came crashing down, and the whole of Xianyang was suppressed by the sudden aura, causing it to be unable to move. Sha Di and the others who were fighting were shocked. This is... Sha Di, Meng Sansheng, and the others were greatly suppressed. Sha Di and the others did not expect such a powerful expert to appear. Even the experts of the God realm were powerless against such a huge suppression. The huge pressure suppressed everyone indiscriminately. The great battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a huge rank 36 green lotus floating in the air. A figure in a white robe was standing on the 36th lotus. The figure was transparent and seemed illusory. It was like a projection. However, the pressure emitted by this projection caused everyone in the surroundings to be unable to move in an instant. It was too powerful. Sha Di and the others took a deep breath. Countless lotus shadows appeared around the Lotus God's illusory figure. The world around them seemed to have turned into a lotus pond. More and more lotuses appeared. There were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lotuses of all colors. When the lotus pond spread out, the absolute suppression caused the surrounding people to be inexplicably shocked. Sha Di and the others wanted to work harder, but the pressure was too great. They looked helpless. No, Yan Chuan, Xianyang, we can't protect it. Sha Di said in a low voice. Everyone had already done their best. Not long ago, Yan Chuan had ridiculed them, but now, everyone felt a sense of relief. However, the black dragon in the distance did not seem to care about the arrival of the Lotus God. Roar! He stabbed his claw into the purple dragon's head. How dare you! The Lotus God shouted. A gust of angry cyan light rushed toward the black dragon. The Lotus God was here in person. Even if it was just a projection, it would not allow anyone to be presumptuous, let alone kill the Lotus God subordinate in front of it. It would have been fine if the Lotus Goddess hadn't arrived yet, but now that the Lotus Goddess had personally arrived, he still wouldn't let go and even tried to kill her. This was a slap in the face. The Lotus God's attack rushed toward the black dragon. They were not at the same level. The Lotus God seemed to want to kill the black dragon with one blow. The Lotus God's cyan light was about to hit the black dragon. Just when all the experts thought the black dragon was doomed. The other half of the door of the Chaotian Palace in Xianyang suddenly opened. A huge blade shot up to the sky like a snowfield and intercepted the Lotus God's cyan light. Boom! The blade and the cyan light collided, and the void was shattered again. The huge explosion instantly washed over the sky of the Zhenlong territory. Boom! Ferocious power rushed out of the Chaotian Palace. It was as ferocious as the Lotus God's projection. Meng Sansheng and the others in the air were shocked. They all looked toward the Chaotian Palace. The blade light that rushed out of the Chaotian Palace had shattered the Lotus God's cyan light. It was completely shattered. The black dragon in the distance smashed the purple dragon's head with its claw. Roar! The black dragon roared and opened its mouth to swallow the purple dragon. He devoured ferociously and unscrupulously. However, the Lotus God did not seem to care about its subordinate being swallowed. Instead, it turned its head to look at the Chaotian Palace. Roar! The purple dragon was completely swallowed into the black dragon's stomach in one gulp. The black dragon glowed with black light. By devouring the violet dragon, Yan Chuan's Jiangchen body was evolving even further, as if he were devouring a cultivator of the Jiangchen body from the great evil world. However, at this moment, the experts were more concerned about the Chaotian Palace. Meng Sansheng and the others' eyelids twitched. That was the Lotus God, who was definitely not weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei. However, the blade light in the Chaotian Palace blocked the Lotus God's attack. Previously, everyone had complained that Yan Chuan neglected them. Meng Sansheng, in particular, felt insulted. How could there be a more honorable guest in Dezhen than him? Yan Chuan must have deliberately ridiculed him. However, Meng Sansheng's previous good impression of himself disappeared. Indeed, Yan Chuan was entertaining an honorable guest. A peerless expert. Previously, Zizi had said that asking the God Realm for help was dispensable. At that time, he was ready to laugh at her. Now, it seemed that Zizi was right. With such a blade, why would he need them? Yan Chuan was really just trying to draw a line between him and the God Realm as soon as possible. The experts of the God Realm stiffened. The Lotus God's projection stared at the Chaotian Palace's entrance. At the Chaotian Palace's entrance, a man in a golden dragon robe slowly walked out of the Chaotian Palace. There were two people behind him, but more people were staring at the man in the dragon robe. The man had a broad face and a dignified expression. He looked up at the Lotus God in midair without a trace of fear. Instead, he exuded a fierce aura. Zhong Shan, the great Thousand Realm Lord, the Lotus God's projection said with a gloomy expression. Yan Chuan's honorable guest was the Realm Lord of the great Thousand Realm Lord. Zhong Shan, who used to be both an enemy and a friend of the great Thousand Realm Lord. Zhong Shan stared at the Lotus God with a fearless gaze. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I will break your seal. Boom! As soon as Zhong Shan finished speaking, a fierce murderous aura rose from his body and rushed toward the Lotus God in midair. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. In the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors who followed the murderous aura and slashed toward the Lotus God. The blood-red light condensed into a warrior's murderous aura. Chapter 1493. Following Zhong Shan's words, a fierce murderous aura rose from his body and rushed towards the Lotus God. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors that followed the murderous aura and attacked the Lotus God. The blood-red light and murderous aura condensed into warriors. Just the murderous aura alone was enough to make the warriors in the sky go crazy. They were shocked. Zhong Shan of the Great Wide World. Meng Sansheng and the others originally looked down on the people of the Great Wide World. After all, although the God Realm was born at the end of the First Era, it was still from the First Era. How could the Great Wide World compare to it? Even the Fourth Era couldn't compare to it. However, Zhong Shan's murderous aura completely changed Meng Sansheng's opinion. At least, he couldn't reach this level at his peak. In the sky, the Lotus God looked at Zhong Shan coldly. Zhong Shan's murderous aura rose around him. His eyes were sharp and unbridled. A wild aura rushed towards the Lotus God. Tian Gang, who was also a transcending level practitioner, looked at Zhong Shan in the distance and froze. He slowly flew behind the Lotus God's projection. The battle stopped. At least the strong practitioners of the great evil world stopped fighting the warriors of the god realm and flew behind the lotus god's projection. Unfilial son. Mo Yushi angrily scolded King of Hell. King of Hell also flew behind the lotus god's projection. Zhongshan and the lotus god, the two great realm masters, looked at each other coldly. Boom! On the other side, the black dragon swallowed the purple dragon. Then, black gas surrounded it and rumbled. Amidst the rumbling, a strong aura spread out from the black gas. Although it wasn't as strong as Zhongshan and the lotus god's aura, it was much stronger than Yan Chuan's aura. Another breakthrough? Meng Sansheng was shocked. Far away in the east, Hanging and the others didn't care about Zhongshan and the lotus god. This group of races created by Jiangchen cared more about Jiangchen's body and Yan Chuan. It wasn't just Panging. On an island in the west of Xianyang, Great Virtue World's Great Venerable Yu Tian and Dark Gue Guzi were staring at Yan Chuan. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding black gas dispersed. It was Yan Chuan, who was wearing a black dragon robe, standing on top of a huge Great Emperor altar. Zombie Yan Chuan. The Great Tao had already dissipated. On the zombie Yan Chuan's back, there were two giant dragon bone wings. At this moment, after digesting the filth, a pair of giant purple wings had appeared. 3 pairs of wings, one black, one red, and one purple, soared into the sky, looking incomparably ferocious. The fangs in his mouth became even redder. Roar! Zombie Yan Chuan let out a thunderous roar. As he roared, a loud boom rang out around him. Boom! A huge wave of air spread out from zombie Yan Chuan's body. 15th heaven. Far away, Great Venerable Yu Tian's face darkened. On the other hand, the officials and commoners of Xianyang were extremely excited. Congratulations, Great Emperor. The officials bowed respectfully. Turning his head, Yan Chuan looked at the lotus goddess, who was not far away. The lotus goddess looked at Yan Chuan and narrowed her eyes. Although Yan Chuan wasn't enough to threaten her, Yan Chuan's breakthrough made the lotus goddess quite unhappy. Congratulations on winning. The 15th heaven, the first world, is indeed a huge battlefield. Zhongshan took a deep breath and said. Zombie Yan Chuan twisted his body, and the giant dragon bone wings on his back quickly retracted. Stepping on the Great Emperor altar, Yan Chuan returned to his human form. Lotus Goddess. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the Lotus Goddess. Zhongshan also looked at the Lotus Goddess again. Lotus Goddess, if your original body was here, it would be fine. But now, it's just a projection. What can you do? I'll say it again. Go back immediately. Boom! Once again, a ferocious aura rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. The expressions of the strong practitioners of the great evil world behind the Lotus Goddess changed drastically. This aura was too ferocious. You're determined to protect Yan Chuan. The Lotus Goddess looked coldly at Zhongshan. The Lotus Goddess was annoyed. She didn't expect Zhongshan to be so determined. He would rather offend her world to stand on Yan Chuan's side. Go away. Zhongshan roared again. Boom! Under the roar, a ferocious sound wave rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. Ka ka ka. Around the Lotus God, a large number of lotuses suddenly collapsed. The group of experts behind her were in so much pain that their faces were contorted in pain. Some of them even covered their ears. However, Zhongshan's expression didn't change. He was still cold, as if he would really attack if they didn't leave. It was an unstoppable aura, an unparalleled aura. His ordinary figure looked like a towering mountain, suppressing the strong practitioners until they couldn't breathe. The Lotus Goddess's eyes were cold as she looked at Zhongshan meaningfully. Alright, Zhongshan, I'll remember it. Humph. The Lotus Goddess swung her sleeves. Then, she turned her head and left with a group of cultivators. Her heart was filled with resentment. Remember? Back then, I said that I would take revenge for the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World and your Great Evil World will never compromise. Zhongshan shouted coldly. Humph. The Lotus Goddess snorted coldly. Without looking back, she led the group of demons and shot far away in an instant. Swish. The group of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhongshan watched the Lotus Goddess leave, his eyes still cold. Whoosh. Yan Chuan stepped forward. What a powerful aura. Yan Chuan laughed. Zhongshan's expression softened. He turned to look at Yan Chuan and took a deep breath. Back then, in the Great Thousand World, when you were strong and I was weak, you protected me. Today, I'll return the favor. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded without saying a word. Absolute dominance required absolute strength to support it. He had been missing for 1,000,000 years, and Zhongshan had become so powerful. Then, Yan Chuan looked at Sha Di and the others. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yu Lin, Meng Sansheng, I apologize for my lack of hospitality these days. After this battle and the exchange of beasts, we don't owe each other anything. Yan Chuan looked at the 5 strong practitioners of the divine world and said. Meng Sansheng and the others frowned and did not say a word. They had thought that Yan Chuan had deliberately neglected them. Now, it seemed that Yan Chuan was indeed unable to entertain them. Zhongshan. Everyone looked at Zhongshan with mixed feelings. That's good. Sha Di nodded. Goodbye. Sha Di said. Yan Chuan nodded. Let's go. Sha Di said. Swish. He led his brothers and shot toward the west. Sha Di did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon. Third brother, how can Zhongshan be so powerful? Meng Sansheng frowned and asked. There's no need to envy him. When we go back, we'll help big brother and second brother to break another seal on themselves and recover. Sha Di said. Yes. Everyone answered. At Xianyanku. Yan Chuan looked at Zhongshan. Just call me Yan Chuan. The old Ing is dead. Yan Chuan shook his head. Zhongshan nodded. I've said what I should say. I'm going back. Your cultivation is still weak. We'll fight later. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. By the way, this is what Bai Huang left for you before he died. I haven't touched it. Zhongshan handed over a box. Bai Huang. Yan Chuan's eyelids twitched. His heart sank as he took the box. Goodbye. Zhongshan said solemnly. Let's go. Zhongshan took his 2 subordinates and headed toward the north outer continent. Holding the box that Bai Huang left for him, Yan Chuan watched Zhongshan leave and let out a long sigh. Too many things had changed in 1,000,000 years. Great Emperor, too many things have happened in the Great Thousand World during the 1,000,000 years that we were lost. Gigu Zi said. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. Gigu Zi was silent for a while. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Gigu Zi's face gradually became ferocious. Great Emperor, how did teacher die? Did Zhongshan tell you? Gigu Zi asked. Gigu Zi's teacher was Bai Huang, who was also Yan Chuan's grandfather. In the past, the Great Thousand World was weak. Everyone fought hard to give birth to a transcendence being, and Bai Huang fought the most. With Yan Chuan's relationship with Zhongshan, Zhongshan should have protected him well. But in the end, Bai Huang died. Far away, Dark Gigu Zi seemed to be connected to Gigu Zi. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he emitted a vicious aura. Beside him, Great Venerable Yu Tian looked at Dark Gigu Zi. Dark Gigu Zi, I know you hate Yan Chuan, but you don't have to go to this extent. Don't worry, I will kill Yan Chuan. Body of a general. Seems like only one can live. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. Dark Gigu Zi suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Great Venerable Yu Tian, you were born in the second epoch. I'm sure you know your technique. Dark Gigu Zi asked curiously. Heh. Great Venerable Yu Tian sneered. Of course I know. In the second epoch, I followed Jiangchen. Of course I know what this means. Body of a general. It's just for the four of us to refine the body for Great Emperor Jiangchen. We're just paving the way for him. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. Oh. You know. Dark Gigu Zi was surprised. Of course I know. How can I give him the body I refined? Jiangchen. He's already asleep. I won't let him succeed. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. How strong is Great Emperor Jiangchen? He doesn't use the Great Emperor's karma. He's purely 17 heavens. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. 17 heavens. Dark Gigu Zi's face darkened. Let's go. Follow me to the Boulder tribe and take some things back. Great Venerable Yu Tian said. Yes. Dark Gigu Zi nodded. At the entrance of Facing Heaven Hall in Xianyang, Gigu Zi looked at Yan Chuan and waited for Yan Chuan to tell him the cause of Bai Huang's death. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the small box left behind by Bai Huang. Is it fate? Gigu Zi asked solemnly. Gigu Zi had already guessed it, but he didn't seem willing to accept it. If it was someone else, there would be a chance for revenge. If it was fate, how could he take revenge? Yan Chuan touched the box and took a deep breath. I will take revenge, no matter who it is. As he spoke, Yan Chuan's eyes became colder. Gigu Zi didn't ask any more questions. Lu Gang. Here. Send more guards and increase the infiltration of the three realms. I want to know all the changes in the three realms. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang answered. Chapter 1494. Earth. Yan Chuan, Zhao and Miao quickly collected the antimatter. Half a month later, beside a big lake. Yan Chuan and Zhao sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod in their hands. Miao was lying on Yan Chuan's shoulder obediently. Not far away, an old farmer walked over. The two of you are in a good mood. This ancient costume is not cheap. The old farmer carried a big box on his back. Zhao looked at the old farmer doubtfully. Please don't misunderstand. I opened a small fishing equipment shop nearby. People often come here to fish, so I sell some fishing equipment and bait. Look at your fishing rods, they are really unique. I won't show them to you, but I have a lot of bait. Do you want to take a look? The old farmer smiled. Meow. Meow looked at him curiously. The old farmer immediately opened the box. This is for crucian carp, this is for silver carp, this is for carp, this, and this. Take a look. Oh, and this is the cricket I just dug out from the ground. It's fat and big. It's the best for fishing. The old farmer promoted. Cricket. Meow suddenly called out. The old farmer quivered and looked at the kitten strangely. However, he immediately understood and thought that he had heard wrongly. Hongjun. Zhao Fang's expression changed. Ah. Red Army. Huh, you have good eyesight. My box was left behind by the Red Army during the war against Japan. These are crickets. You are from the big city, right? You don't have to be afraid of this disgusting thing. It's the most convenient for fishing. The old farmer did his best to introduce. Yan Chuan looked at the bag of soil the old farmer handed over. There were a lot of crickets wriggling in the soil. His expression turned serious. As expected. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The old farmer looked at Yan Chuan strangely. This city dweller was too ignorant. How could he be so shocked by a bag of crickets? Give it to me. Yan Chuan took the bag. Sigh, okay. Do you want anything else? The old farmer asked. No. Yan Chuan shook his head. The old farmer was disappointed. This is 1 yuan. $1. Yan Chuan and Zhao Afang couldn't take out a single yuan. After thinking about it, Yan Chuan picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and cast a spell. Buzz! The stone trembled and immediately turned golden. Turning stone into gold. However, Yan Chuan was very discreet and did not let the old farmer see him. Today, I only brought this. In exchange for a pack of crickets. Yan Chuan handed the fist-sized gold to the old farmer. The old farmer stared at the lump of gold, dumbfounded. When it landed in his hand, it felt very heavy, and he almost lost his grip. It actually weighed more than 5 kilograms. This is? The old farmer asked in surprise. Go. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Although the old farmer lives in the countryside, he still knows about gold. Not long ago, when his son got married, he cut off a lot of his coffin capital to buy gold. But no matter how many there were, it couldn't compare to the lump in his hand. Gold? Impossible. Who would use such a big lump of gold to buy crickets? The old farmer wanted to ask, but he couldn't bear to let go of the gold. The dizzy old farmer was chased away. The old farmer couldn't wait to go home and find his son to confirm whether this lump of gold was real. Of course, the result was self-evident. A few days later, the old farmer brought a pack of crickets to the lake every day, but he never met Yan Chuan and the others again. At this moment, by the lake, Yan Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao looked at the pack of crickets. The crickets in the 4 realms are all dead, indicating that Hongjun has completely fallen. But now, it seems. Zhao Afang said in a low voice. As long as the crickets are alive, Hongjun won't die. Miao was puzzled. Yan Chuan threw a pack of crickets into the lake. Instantly, a large number of fish swarmed over and devoured it. First World, South Outer Continent. Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong family's residence. Family head, we've lost 3 more territories. An old man from the Kong family said. The demons of the great evil world quickly gathered all the territories. Even the Kong family, who used to occupy an entire continent, lost most of their land in a short time. Family head, it's not good. We've lost both the left and right territories. Another expert from the Kong family rushed over. Peacock Z's expression turned ugly. Only Imperial Heaven territory is left. Blind Kong said in a low voice. What should we do? Everyone looked at Peacock Z. Kong Huantian's fall was the Kong family's greatest loss. In this chaotic world, the Kong family had become rootless duckweed. Peacock Z clenched his fists. Family head, let's go to the netherworld. We can't defend the world of the living anymore. Blind Kong advised. No, the South Outer Continent of the living world belongs to my Kong family. It's mine. Peacock Z immediately shouted. He had endured enough humiliation in the past. It wasn't easy for him to sit on a continent, but he had to give it up in the blink of an eye. Peacock Z wasn't willing to give up. Family head. Blind Kong advised again. But Peacock Z wasn't willing. After a while, Peacock Z said in a low voice, 2 days ago, the subordinate of the Lotus God, King Bing Feng, came to my place. Oh. How come we didn't know? Blind Kong said in surprise. Everyone looked at Peacock Z in surprise. Bing Feng said that as long as the Kong family submitted to him, we would continue to control the 5 continents and help him consolidate the 4 directions. Peacock Z said. What? Everyone was in an uproar. No. Blind Kong immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Blind Kong. Family head, since things have come to this, I won't help you cover it up. The old ancestor left behind a message that if he died, the Kong family would listen to Yan Chuan's orders. Blind Kong said. What? Everyone was shocked again. But at this moment, most of them were shocked, but their hearts calmed down. Yan Chuan. Impossible. Peacock Z said in a low voice. Family head, I also recognize you as the family head, so I didn't announce this matter. I only hoped that you could be independent and support the Kong family. But now, you have disappointed me too much. Not only did you fail to support the Kong family, but you also led the Kong family to destruction. What will happen if the Kong family becomes the subordinate of the Lotus God? In the upcoming struggle for the world, we will only be cannon fodder. If you want to lead the Kong family to destruction, I have no choice but to speak up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Bastard, who does that Yan Chuan think he is? Is he a match for the Lotus God? Peacock Z shouted. At the very least, Yan Chuan has half of the blood of the Kong family in him. Also, he received the inheritance of the old ancestor. He will definitely protect the Kong family. Blind Kong shouted. No, I won't agree forever. Submit to that bastard. Over my dead body. Peacock Z said coldly. Blind Kong's face was gloomy, but he didn't continue to make a fuss. Instead, he retreated. All disciples of the Kong family, listen up. I announce the old ancestor's last words in the name of the legacy elder. The old ancestor has fallen. The Kong family will follow Yan Chuan. Those who are willing to follow me and listen to the old ancestor's last words, follow me. Blind Kong shouted. Boom. Blind Kong's voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Sky territory. Instantly, countless people supported Blind Kong. But there were still countless people who supported Peacock Z. Peacock Z looked at Blind Kong with a gloomy face. Even you betrayed me? You've gone mad. I did it for the Kong family. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Humph, in the Kong family, I am the most important. The old ancestor became muddle-headed and gave the inheritance to Yan Chuan. Otherwise, the Kong family wouldn't be like this. Humph, you betrayed me too. Those who betray me, die. Peacock Z glared. Boom. The two powerhouses collided with each other. Chapter 1495. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Boom. Peacock Z and Blind Kong clashed ferociously once again. Behind each of them, a huge illusion of a peacock appeared. The feathers of the peacock filled the sky with divine light. They were exceptionally ferocious. More and more disciples of the Kong family gathered from all directions. They had all heard the news and came over. One of them was the head of the Kong family. He had a respected status and was unique. The other was the elder of inheritance. Although he did not hold any power, he was responsible for the inheritance of the entire family. He was respected by everyone. No one rushed into the battlefield because no one was qualified to participate in this battle. Everyone looked anxious. Boom. The two peacocks clashed again. Peacock Z's eyes were wide open, but Blind Kong's eyes were still closed. Blind Kong, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Peacock Z said in a low voice. Peacock Z, you go your way, and I go mine. I can understand that you don't respect the last words of your ancestor, but I don't want my family to be destroyed. Let's go our separate ways. I'll take those who want to leave with me. Don't stop me. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Humph, leave. Let you submit to Yan Chuan. Submit to an outsider. Peacock Z said coldly. Yan Chuan. He's much better than Lotus God. This is the last words of our ancestor. Blind Kong shouted. Humph, I don't care. I can submit to anyone, but not Yan Chuan. Humph, either he dies or I die. Peacock Z said resentfully. Boom. Peacock Z swung his tail. Divine light flashed, instantly tearing through the void. But Blind Kong could do the same. His divine light collided with Peacock Z's divine light. Boom. The huge collision caused the void to shake violently. The two powerful cultivators of the Kong family fought fiercely. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, almost all the disciples of the Kong family who had some status came. Boom. 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 Watching the battle, countless peacocks were anxious. Peacock Z was worthy of being the head of the Kong family. He finally had the upper hand. Screech. The peacock let out a long cry and instantly flung out 20 beams of divine light that seemed to be able to curl up and bind Blind Kong. Ha ha, Blind Kong, you want to fight with me? You are still lacking. Peacock said coldly. Bound by the divine light, Blind Kong was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, but his expression was still gloomy. Peacock's son, don't make one mistake after another. The Kong family appointed you as the family head so that you can lead everyone to glory, not so that you can do whatever you want. This is the trust that the entire family has in you. Do you want to lead the entire family to destruction? Blind Kong shouted. Countless Kong family disciples looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. Patriarch, please let go of the legacy elder. One of the Kong clan's disciples knelt down and begged. Patriarch, please calm down. Patriarch, please let go. In an instant, countless members of the Kong family knelt down. Blind Kong had not done anything wrong. Even if he had taken some people with him and left, he had not wanted to target Peacock Z. However, Peacock Z had been so overbearing again and again that many people could not stand it anymore. Looking at the kneeling members of the Kong family, Peacock Z's expression became uglier and uglier. Bastard! Peacock Z shouted. Blind Kong, you slandered the family head, subverted the family, and betrayed the family. You deserve death. Peacock Z shouted. Peacock Z, I am the legacy elder. The family head has no right to kill me unless more than half of the Kong clan's disciples agree. You are not qualified. Blind Kong shouted. Ha 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 ha, not qualified. In the Kong clan, I have the final say. Blind Kong, you want to follow Yan Chuan? I will let you follow him. Die. Peacock Z shouted. As he spoke, he took out a long sword and slashed at Blind Kong. Stubborn and unrepentant, Blind Kong will punish you on behalf of the ancestors. Blind Kong suddenly shouted. Peacock Z's hair stood on end as a great threat swept through his body. What was going on? Blind Kong's eyes, which had always been closed, were slowly opening. When Blind Kong opened his eyes, 2 rays of blazing white light shot out from his eyes. The light was filled with a tearing power. Wherever the light passed, the void was instantly torn apart. As he slowly opened his eyes, a pair of gray pupils gradually appeared. As for Blind Kong's eyes, they seemed to contain an endless amount of power. The moment he opened his eyes, all of that power exploded out. Endless power, vast and incomparably vast. The light of destruction. It bore the brunt of the attack, directly facing Peacock Z. Wherever the light of destruction passed, a huge tearing force viciously tore at Peacock Z's body. Ah, ah! Peacock Z suddenly screamed in pain, but it was all too late. The light of destruction instantly drowned him. Peacock Z's body was rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Wherever the light of destruction passed, half of the void was completely torn apart. The huge impact caused the originally clear sky to become incomparably dark in an instant. The sky was filled with torn black holes. In pain, Peacock Z's body was quickly torn apart and even melted. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a scream, he turned into nothingness. Rumble. Wherever the terrifying light of destruction passed, everything was destroyed and disappeared. Below, countless Kong family disciples also widened their eyes at this moment. The Eye of Destruction. Elder, you cultivate the Eye of Destruction. Someone recognized it. A technique that can only be used once in one's life. While everyone was discussing, they looked at Blind Kong. At this moment, Blind Kong's hair had turned completely white. His eyes were gray, and he still could not see. In an instant, Blind Kong had aged. Blind Kong's body swayed. Elder. A group of Kong family disciples quickly flew into the air and supported Blind Kong. Blind Kong's face had indeed aged countless times. Being supported by everyone, Blind Kong sighed softly. Sigh. It was as if he was feeling sorry for Peacock Z. Peacock Z, you have always lived under Yan Chuan's shadow and thought that Yan Chuan had stolen everything from you. But have you ever thought about it? From the beginning to the end, Yan Chuan had never looked you in the eye. You treated him like an enemy, but he treated you like a passerby. Your breadth of mind is too far from his. Blind Kong sighed. The surrounding Kong family disciples did not speak. You have been blinded by hatred. I hope you can be reincarnated into a good family. Blind Kong shook his head. As he spoke, Blind Kong turned to the Kong family disciples. Kong family disciples, listen up. From now on, withdraw all Kong family disciples from the outer South Continent and enter the Netherworld through the road to the Yellow Springs. Follow me to the Great Celestial Realm. Yes. Everyone answered. There was no family head, and the legacy elder had the greatest authority. With an order, the Kong family gave up on the outer South Continent and entered the Netherworld, preparing to submit to Yan Chuan. 2 months later. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Blind Kong met zombie Yan Chuan. Yen Di, the old ancestor has fallen. From now on, the Kong family is in your hands. Blind Kong said bitterly. Yan Chuan helped Blind Kong up. Don't worry, I promised Kong Huangtian. He is also my ancestor. When the Kong family enters the Great Celestial Realm, the Great Celestial Realm will definitely protect it. Thank you, Yen Di. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. Back then, the Kong family was full of metal. Who would have thought of this? I know about Peacock Z's matter. You don't have to worry too much. After all, Kong Huangtian is not really dead. He will be resurrected one day. Yan Chuan comforted him. What? Blind Kong's body suddenly trembled as he cried out in shock. Behind Blind Kong, the Kong family disciples also widened their eyes in shock. Kong Huangtian has only ascended. As long as the Kong family is not destroyed, he will be reborn one day. Yan Chuan explained. Then, he also described the ascension. Ha 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 ha, good. Blind Kong was immediately overjoyed. In his ecstasy, 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. The Kong family disciples were all pleasantly surprised. The old ancestor could be resurrected. This was great. Everything was worth it. Everything was worth it. By the way, I remember that there is still one more person in the Kong family, Demon King Kong. In the past, Kong Huangtian snatched the position of sage and then left him in the Netherworld. I wonder why. Yan Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong was the strongest person in the Kong family in the sealed realm. However, in this world, his strength was not enough. Later, Kong Huangtian appeared and forcefully raised Demon King Kong's strength to the 9th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He then forcefully took the position of sage from the heavens. However, Demon King Kong did not follow Kong Huangtian to the world of the living. He had been hiding in the netherworld, and his whereabouts were unknown. I don't know. Don't worry, Yen Di. I will send someone to contact Demon King Kong as soon as possible and ask him to meet you. Blind Kong immediately said. Okay. Yen Chuan nodded. You have cultivated the eye of destruction. It must be very taxing on your body. You should go and recuperate. I have already drawn out an area for the Kong family to settle down temporarily. Yen Chuan said. Thank you, Yen Di. Blind Kong nodded. Earth, Bermuda Triangle. Above the sea. Meow, Yen Chuan, what formation did you set up just now? Meow asked curiously. Let's go. You will know in the future. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Meow, if you don't want to say, then I won't say. Meow turned her head and said. Zhao Afang smiled at the side. Husband, I have already deduced what should be deduced. However, this earth is in chaos. I can't deduce anything. Zhao Afang said with a frown. Because there are too many variables. Moreover, this world is not within the control of fate. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you want to bring a group of variables out? Zhao Afang asked curiously. Not for now. Let's talk about it in the future. Yen Chuan shook his head. All right. Zhao Afang nodded. Call Dongfang Zhengpai. We should go back. Yen Chuan said. Meow, that perverted man. Let him stay here. The last time I called him, he was hiding in his room. I don't know what he's up to, but he sealed the room with a seal and even drew the curtains. When he drew the curtains, he even looked outside in a perverted manner. I don't know what he's up to, Meow Meow said, shaking its head. Everyone has their own interests. Zhao Afang laughed. Dongfang Zhengpai, it's time to go. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. His voice seemed to penetrate the void and went straight to a room far away. In the room, Dongfang Zhengpai was watching a video on the computer with full concentration. Kawaii. A perverted voice came from the computer. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, Yen Chuan's voice came. Dongfang Zhengpai was startled. Ah! Leaving just like that? Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed regretfully. However, he quickly regained his senses. All right. Luckily, I am smart enough to collect so many disks and computers. When I am outside, I can still watch them slowly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Zhengpai turned off the computer reluctantly. He carefully kept the computer and the box of disks, tidied up his clothes and walked out of the room. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, Dongfang Zhengpai met up with Yen Chuan and the rest. Let's go. Yen Chuan said. The group of people stepped into the sky and flew out of Earth. Chapter 1496. In the world of the living, in the southern continent. On the giant lotus, the lotus god was pinching her fingers as if she was calculating something. In front of her stood a group of powerhouses from the great evil world. After a while, the lotus god slowly opened her eyes. Master. Everyone looked at the lotus god. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have calculated Zhongshan, but unfortunately, I can't. Oh. Everyone was puzzled. In the past, when Zhongshan had just transcended, I was still able to deduce a trace of his outline, but now. It seems that something extraordinary must have happened in the vast thousand domains in the past million years. The lotus god said in a low voice. Lotus god, what could it be? The Nether King was puzzled. I'm not sure. Nether King, you are to investigate the Great Thousand World. I need all the information about the Great Thousand World, everything that has happened in the past million years. The Lotus God said. Yes. The Nether King replied. Master, what about Yen Chuan? Tian Gang was still unwilling. That day, the Lotus God retreated because she did not want to destroy her projection. After all, it was Zhong Shan's real body. Yen Chuan. The Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Everyone looked at the Lotus God. Let's wait a little longer. Now is not the time. The Lotus God said. Ah. Why? Tian Gang was unwilling. Based on my calculations, this Yen Chuan is actually involved in a huge amount of karma. Lotus God said in a deep voice. Karma? Apart from me, he is involved in the karma of at least 4 powerhouses of the 17th heaven. The Lotus God said. 4. The 17th heaven? Everyone was shocked. Tian Gang and the Nether King especially widened their eyes. How was that possible? How could there be so many 17th heaven? Yen Chuan was involved in so many karmas? I said, at least. The Lotus God emphasized again. Tian Gang, 17th heaven. Wasn't there no 17th heaven in this world? How did Yen Chuan get involved? This was fake, right? It wasn't just astral vault. Everyone else couldn't help but look toward the northeast with complicated expressions on their faces. Karma was not an ordinary thing. Only a huge entanglement could produce karma. How could Yen Chuan have so many big shots entangling him? Our top priority right now is to seize a bigger world. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. Heavenly Dipper, King Bing Feng, Eastern High Priest, you will lead the left 9 divisions to conquer the southeast continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. Yes. The other 2 replied. Don't worry, my lord. In the southeast continent, only Golden Sovereign is not bad. Tian Gang said confidently. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. Southern High Priest, lead the right 9 divisions and conquer the Anan continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. As you command. The other 2 experts said in a deep voice. My lord, now that the outer south continent has been unified, the original Kong family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now, all of them have fled back to the underworld. An expert laughed. High Priest of the West and High Priest of the North, lead the 9 divisions and conquer the southern outer continent. Lotus Goddess commanded. Yes. Everyone replied. Go. Following Lotus God's command, a group of evil demon experts gathered their divisions and attacked all 4 directions. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Monolith Clan. Pan Gung was talking to a green-robed man in a square. Pan Gung's eyes revealed a hint of friendliness. Yu Tian, I didn't expect you to have established a foundation in the great kindness world. This is great. Pan Gung smiled. The green-robed man had a broad face, long hair, and a dignified look in his eyes. Of course, once True Lord awakens, I can help True Lord quickly control the world. Yu Tian smiled. That's good. Have you gotten used to living here recently? I feel like I'm about to break through again. Yu Tian smiled. Congratulations. Pan Gung smiled. Yu Tian smiled. Oh right, do you know about the Jiangchen body in the Great Kindness world? Pan Gung asked curiously. I have some clues. However, the Jiangchen body is a secondary master, so I didn't interfere much. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. That's good. In the future, bring my Monolith clan to take a look. No problem. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. You have a breakthrough, so continue. Pan Gung smiled. Okay. Yu Tian smiled and nodded. After watching Pan Gung leave, Yu Tian's smile gradually disappeared and became incomparably serious. Turning his head, Yu Tian walked back to the main hall. Clang! The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. In the main hall, Dark Gigu Z was controlling a formation. The formation formed a beam of light that formed a spacetime gate in midair. On the other side of the spacetime gate, a dark red light surged out. Yu Tian, what is that? What a powerful lightning chi! Dark Gigu Z exclaimed in surprise. The heavenly peach sword. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. The heavenly peach sword? Rumor has it that it's the heart of a huge peach tree in the first era. It's the first peach tree in the world and can withstand all lightning in the world. Later, it was refined into a sword by the first era's Almighty. It's also the nemesis of zombies. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. The heavenly peach sword, nemesis of zombies? Dark Gigu Z looked at Yu Tian strangely. One had to know that Yu Tian cultivated the Jiangchen physique, which meant that he was a huge zombie. Stealing something that could restrain him? Don't look at me like that. Indeed, this sword can restrain me, but it can also restrain Jiangchen. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Jiangchen's power and majesty shook heaven and earth. Only this sword is his nemesis. However, Jiangchen was too strong at that time. He snatched this sword from a weaker opponent and tried to destroy it, but he couldn't. So he suppressed it here. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said in a low voice. Even Jiangchen couldn't destroy it. Only suppress it? That's right. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding. Pan Xin, the 10 first created by Jiangchen, are responsible for guarding this sword. In the future, I will have to face Jiangchen. If I want to defeat him, I have to use this sword. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said in a low voice. So you came to steal this sword? Dark Gigu Z's expression changed. That's right. I'm familiar with this place. You happen to have this method, so I want this sword. Only with this sword can I contend with Jiangchen. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said in a low voice. That's good. Dark Gigu Z nodded. Escape immediately later. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said. Don't worry, but remember, you owe me another favor. Dark Gigu Z said. Grand Venerable Yu Tian nodded. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yu Tian reached his hand into the black hole. Pa! His hand instantly grabbed the purple-red sword's hilt. TSK 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 TSK. A burning sound came from the place where the hand and the sword met. Imperial Yu Tian's face revealed a hint of pain, but he still pulled. Boom! A purple-red sword was instantly pulled out. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with endless lightning. A long sword that was constantly spewing out lightning was pulled out. Heavenly Peach Sword. Dark Gigu Z said in surprise. It is indeed the bane of zombies. Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, the entire coiling rock peak suddenly trembled. Rumble. The trembling of the coiling rock peak caused the expressions of countless strong practitioners of the rock tribe to change. What's going on? Why is the ancestral mountain moving? Even Pan Gung, who was handling the affairs of the tribe, had a sudden change in expression. He quickly flew towards the coiling rock peak. Bastard! How dare you! How dare you! Angry shouts could be heard from the boulder peak. What's going on? Pan Gung hurried over. A group of strong practitioners walked out of the cave entrance of the coiling rock peak. Each of them had a dignified expression. Big brother, second brother, why are you all out? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Break. The leader of the strong practitioners stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge palm print slammed into the distance. Ah, that's Imperial Yution's residence. Big brother, what are you doing? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Boom. The huge palm slammed down and the entire hall exploded. However, it was quickly shattered by a huge sword light. A purplish-red sword light flung out endless lightning and shattered the palm light. Imperial Yution was exposed. Dark Guiguzi, on the other hand, was fleeing into the distance. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Great Venerable Yution. They didn't care about Dark Guiguzi's escape. Imperial Yution. What are you doing? Pan Gung's expression changed. Imperial Yution. It's you. You want to betray true master. Pan Ding rebuked angrily. Holding the heavenly peach sword, Imperial Yution laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Betray. As he laughed, Great Venerable Yution's figure flashed. Boom. A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared. A pair of emerald green dragon bone wings appeared and pierced the sky. Great Venerable Yution spat out blood-colored fangs. His eyes were red as he smiled malevolently at the strong practitioners. Body of a general. You cultivated the body of a general. Great kindness world, Vice Master. It's you. In an instant, everyone understood why Great Venerable Yution wanted to steal the heavenly peach sword and betray true master. You want to use the heavenly peach sword to betray true master. Pan Gung's expression changed. That's right. Lend this sword to me. Thank you, ha 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 ha. Great Venerable Yution laughed loudly and rushed into the sky, flying towards the west. How dare you, where are you going? The strong practitioner in the lead shouted. Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu, follow me to capture the traitor. The rest of you, guard this place. The leader Pan Jia shouted loudly. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. Boom. The group of people rushed towards Imperial Yution. Imperial Yution was naturally unafraid. He turned his head to look at them and sneered. You're courting death. Heavenly peach sword, slash. Great Venerable Yution slashed with his sword. Boom. The rift shattered as a loud explosion echoed across the entire outer eastern continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. Zombie Yen Chuan looked at the rock tribe. He held the golden ball in his hand. Whoosh! The human Yen Chuan, Zhaoafang, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai flew out of the ball. What a pity, what a pity. If only I had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when I can go in again. These few hundred discs aren't enough. Dongfang Zhengpai said regretfully. Chapter 1497. Boom. Boom, in the outer East Continent, there were countless loud noises. Lightning soared into the sky as 5 great experts chased after Great Venerable Yution. The humanoid Yen Chuan came out and saw the attack from afar. What a pity, what a pity. If only we had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when we can go in again. These few hundred discs are not enough. Dongfang Zhengpai said regretfully. Just as Dongfang Zhengpai finished nagging, he was attracted by the loud noises from the east. That is. Dongfang Zhengpai stared. Gigu Zi stood beside him. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu. Gigu Zi said. He also described who was in this group. Pan Jia and Pan Yi actually have the strength of 16 heavens. Dongfang Zhengpai said in shock. 16 heavens. Yen Chuan's eyes also focused. The Boulder tribe hid their strength well. One had to know that the great emperor of Zi Wei was only 16 heavens back then. It was only because of the great emperor's sacrificial altar that he became so powerful. The two people from the Boulder tribe who came out were already 16 heavens. The body of a general, Yutian. Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. That Yutian might also be 16 heavens. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Most importantly, the sword in Yutian's hand was too powerful. Lightning filled the sky. Great kindness world. Zombie Yen Chuan squinted his eyes. Great Emperor, looking at their direction, they seem to be coming towards us. Gigu Zi said in shock. Yutian wants to go through the Yellow Springs Road outside Xianyang and escape from the Netherworld to the Great Kindness World, which is the outer west continent of the Netherworld. Once he enters the Great Kindness World, Yutian will definitely be able to resist the 5 great experts. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Should be. Everyone nodded. Zombie Yen Chuan looked at them and stepped towards the Yellow Springs Road. Yen Chuan, what are you doing with that zombie body of yours? Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Returning to the Netherworld to guard the great Qin city of the Netherworld in case of any accidents. Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. Gue Guzi, inform everyone that no one is to stop Yutian, Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, and Pan Wu from passing through the Yellow Springs Road. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Understood. Gue Guzi replied. As expected, it didn't take long for the 6 people fighting in the distance to rush over. Boom. 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 After several battles, Great Venerable Yutian didn't linger. With the heavenly peach sword in his hand, he flew toward Xianying ferociously. He waved the sword in his hand as if he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. However, no one stopped him at the Yellow Springs Road. Great Venerable Yutian was slightly stunned. Boom! Great Venerable Yutian rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, and Pan Wu's faces changed. Without hesitation, they also rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Boom! The 6 of them quickly entered the underworld. Back in the mortal realm, Yen Chuan's expression darkened. Bai Qi. Your subject is here. Bai Qi hurried over. Gather all the strong practitioners above the 12th heaven in Xianyang. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Bai Qi replied and flew away. Back in the underworld, Great Qin City. A loud noise came from the Yellow Springs Road. Great Venerable Yutian instantly shot toward the west, and the 5 strong practitioners of the rock tribe chased after him. Bastard, stop right there. Yutian, you traitor, how can you take the true master's item? Stop right there. The sounds of pursuit were endless. The group of strong practitioners quickly headed toward the west, leaving the Great Qin City confused. Zombie Yen Chuan watched Great Venerable Yutian and the others leave. His expression was gloomy. Great Emperor, this Great Venerable Yutian isn't easy to deal with. He's at least stronger than Yen Shi and Hui Yi. Li Si frowned. Yes. Zombie Yen Chuan nodded. Back in the mortal realm, Xianyang City. Under Bai Qi's summons, hundreds of strong practitioners quickly gathered. They were all strong practitioners above the 12th heaven. All of them were extremely respectful to Yen Chuan. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yen Chuan, what do you want to do? Dongfang Zhengpai sensed that something was amiss. In the past, Great Zhen wasn't strong enough. Now, Great Zhen is strong, and it's time to deal with some things that couldn't be done in the past. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Please give us your orders, Great Emperor. The group of strong practitioners said in a deep voice. Gue Guzi, you're in charge of guarding Xianyang City. Yen Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Yes, Your Majesty. Gue Guzi replied. The rest of you, Follow me to the far east and uproot the rock tribe. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied. What? Exterminate the rock tribe? Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. It's not extermination, it's banishment. It's even better if we can subdue them. After all, they don't have good intentions. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Although the rock tribe hasn't made a move against Great Chen, they've been keeping an eye on Great Chen's every move. They're waiting for Jiang Chen's resurrection, waiting to follow him and devour Great Chen, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Them. Dongfang Zhengpai narrowed his eyes. The rock tribe is located in Great Chen's hinterland. It's fine if Great Chen doesn't encounter any danger, but if it does, they'll stab me in the back at any time. I won't leave my back to the enemy. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. I'll help you too. Meow immediately called out. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. All right, the Foreign Affairs Department will participate as well. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand, and a streak of light shot into the distance. Immediately, the experts of the celestial longevity realm gathered. After all, most of them were at the 14th heavenly layer, and some were even at the 15th. Let's go. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he shot into the sky. Hundreds of experts followed him into the sky, quickly flying toward the far east. Boom! A group of people flew toward the rock tribe in a grandiose manner. The world was so vast that even Pan Geng couldn't keep an eye on every place at all times until Yan Chuan's group arrived. Boom! Waves of ferocious energy surged toward the rock tribe. Under the immense pressure, the experts of the rock tribe bent at the waist, their faces contorted in shock. What? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the mountain peak not far away. It was still that same mountain peak. Yan Chuan had once led a group of experts here. At that time, Yan Chuan had tactfully retreated in the face of Vice Lord Jiang Chen's contempt. Now, Yan Chuan had returned with hundreds of experts. This time, Yan Chuan wouldn't retreat. A ferocious killing intent surged in all directions. In the distance, Pan Geng's expression changed. Within the rock tribe, Pan Ji, Pan Xian, Pan Ren, and Pan Gui all walked out. The group of experts focused their gazes on Yan Chuan in the distance. Yan Chuan's expression was cold as he stared at the 5 experts in front of him. Yan Chuan. What are you doing here? Pan Geng's eyes turned cold. Chapter 1498. Yan Chuan. What are you doing here? Pan Ying's eyes turned cold. All the Boulder race experts' expressions darkened. Everyone could tell that Yan Chuan didn't come with good intentions. In the past, the Boulder race looked down on the Great Chen realm. However, in the past few decades, the Great Chen realm had developed too quickly. Mo Yushi, the leader of the Dark Phoenix, 15th Heaven. Was that the Longevity Emperor? And a group of earthly fiends? Great Chen's officials? And this group of Great Chen heroes who had robbed the Second Epoch's experts of their astral powers. In a short time, the Great Chen realm had already reached the top of the world. Yan Chuan looked at Pan Ying. Pan Ying, I won't make things difficult for you. The Outer East Continent is the Great Chen realm's territory. Leave the Outer East Continent and find a way to develop. All the Boulder race experts' expressions darkened. Banish them? Ha ha ha, the Boulder race is here. Since the Second Epoch, no one has been able to banish us. Pan Xian said coldly. The past is the past. The present is the present. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Pan Ying said with a dark expression, Yan Chuan, the monolith tribe has never offended you. Furthermore, you have cultivated the body of generals and subjects. The monolith tribe has even promised to protect you. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. Yan Chuan looked at Pan Ying with a hint of mockery. However, the boulder race has never helped the Great Qin realm even once when it was in danger. Isn't that right? Yan Chuan, you were weak in the past. We didn't bicker with you. However, at that time, we only needed to make a move and the Great Qin realm would be completely annihilated. Pan Xian shouted again. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yes, the Great Qin realm was indeed weak in front of the boulder race. This is also why I tolerated you. You didn't destroy the Great Qin realm. Should I thank you? What's your goal? Do you think I don't know? Occupy the Outer East continent and wait for the Jiangqin to awaken to help him conquer the Outer East continent. Yan Chuan glared. The faces of the boulders in the distance darkened. Said Yan Chuan in a low voice. There's another reason why you didn't attack me back then. I cultivated the Jiangqin's physique, so you didn't dare attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Jiangqin had yet to awaken, so you didn't want to ruin his plans. In the distance, Pan Gung's expression grew even gloomier. I don't owe you anything, but you are vipers that have been hiding by my side, ready to bite me at any time. I have no choice but to treat you seriously. You have two choices. 1. Submit to the Zhen. 2. Get out of the outer eastern continent. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Submit? You're only a secondary lord, not a true lord. You're not enough. Pan Gung said solemnly. Although Pan Gung's tone was firm, he seemed to be stalling for time, waiting for Pan Jia and the others to return. How could Yan Chuan not see it? A cold smile. Are you waiting for Pan Jia and the others? They won't be able to return in time. They are now on the way to the Great Kindness world. Even if they return, this emperor will seal the Yellow Springs path. It was too late. Attack. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. A group of experts charged towards the monolith tribe. Stop. Pan Gung's face changed drastically. However, how could Yan Chuan delay for time? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. He wouldn't be swayed by Pan Gung's words. As for the others, they would only listen to Yan Chuan's orders. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the others. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Pan Ji, Pan Gung, Pan Xian, Pan Ren, and Pan Gui. The five of them charged forward at the same time. The five of them were anxious. Fighting is the most annoying. Dong Fangjing directly faced Pan Ji and Pan Xian. They were instantly suppressed. Yan Chuan charged towards Pan Gung. The great emperor altar appeared beneath his feet. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Pan Gung was forced back by Yan Chuan. The others suppressed the monolith tribe even more ferociously. Pan Ren, Pan Gui. They charged towards Yan Chuan together. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Yan Chuan naturally wasn't afraid. As he turned his head, his long hair gradually turned blood red. A powerful aura burst out. Stop! Pan Gung's face changed drastically as he shouted. When he was forced back by Yan Chuan's punch, he knew how powerful Yan Chuan was. Pan Gung was in charge of everything in the monolith tribe. Naturally, he knew Yan Chuan very well. Just now, Yan Chuan was in his most primitive state. Yan Chuan still had the blood sea, the universe in the palm, and the power of the dynasty. In fact, there were two Yan Chuan who might be even more powerful. Yan Di, let's leave the outer east continent immediately. Pan Gung immediately shouted. What? The group of experts from the monolith tribe changed their faces. The people brought by Yan Chuan were also stunned. They surrendered before the fight even started. Everyone looked at Pan Gung strangely, then at Yan Chuan. Pan Gung said solemnly again, Yan Di, I know how powerful your group is, but you should also know about the Monolith tribe. We have our own special abilities. For the sake of the race war, we will definitely risk our lives. In a life-and-death struggle, I think your subordinates will also suffer great losses. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. Since Yen Di thinks we are an eyesore, let's leave the Outer East continent immediately. I hope Yen Di will fulfill his promise. Pan Gung said in a low voice. Old Seven, what are you doing? Brother Seven. We'll just fight it out. What are we afraid of? The group of experts from the Monolith tribe said anxiously. However, Pan Gung was unmoved. He only stared at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan looked at Pan Gung and narrowed his eyes. Finally, he smiled. All right. Phew. Pan Gung sighed inwardly. However, I don't want Pan Jia and the others to return in 2 days at most. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Pan Gung agreed. Let's go to the nearby palace. Yen Chuan said. Meow, Yen Chuan, that's it. Meow was still unsatisfied. After everyone left, the Monolith tribe was in an uproar. Brother Seven, why? Pan Xayan asked anxiously. Pan Gung shook his head. We are no match for Yen Chuan. He's developing too quickly. The Monolith tribe has never been afraid of anyone. Pan Xayan was still unwilling to give up. Everything is for Allah. Since I am in charge of the Monolith tribe, then listen to me. I will bear all the blame. Now, prepare to move. Pan Gung said in a low voice. Sigh. Everyone was unwilling to give up. Everything was for Allah. No one could refute that. Sure enough, Pan Gung was extremely fast. Within 2 days, almost all the tribe members had gathered to face Yen Chuan and the others again. Yen Di, thank you for letting us go. Farewell. Pan Gung said gratefully to Yen Chuan. However, the other tribe members looked at Yen Chuan with bloodshot eyes and anger. After all, this was their ancestral land. They had lived here for generations, from the Second Epoch until today. They had never left. Unexpectedly, they were forced to leave by Yen Chuan. Everyone had different thoughts, and their attitudes towards the same thing were also different. Yen Chuan nodded slightly. Let's go. Pan Gung waved his sleeve. Boom. The Boulder tribe quickly flew away under the great power of the strong cultivators. They went further and further away. Meow, Yen Chuan, why did you let them go? Meow was puzzled. Yeah. Isn't it a disaster to keep them alive? What if Pan Jia and the others come looking for trouble when they return? Dongfang Zhengpai didn't understand either. They won't. Yen Chuan shook his head confidently. Oh. Why? Because of Jiangchen. Without Jiangchen's orders, they wouldn't dare do anything to Great Zhen. They're Jiangchen's reserves. They won't do anything against Jiangchen's will. Yen Chuan said confidently. But they'll still be troublesome in the future. Isn't it better to deal with them now? Meow said regretfully. Kill them? Heh, no. Perhaps one day, they'll become Great Zhen's subjects. Yen Chuan laughed. Meow. Subdue them? Weren't they unwilling to be subdued? Meow asked in surprise. That's because of Jiangchen. But what if Jiangchen is gone? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. Meow's eyes lit up. Your thoughts are so complicated. Fortunately, I'm no longer emperor. Dongfang Zhengpai said strangely. There's no room for mistakes in the world's conflicts. The Boulders are still a powerful faction. Rather than both sides suffering losses, why not take them for our own? Great Zhen is like the sea. That's the key to getting to where we are today. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Dongfang Zhengpai shrugged. Dongfang Zhengpai turned to look at his like-minded fiend stars. Brothers, I recently went to a very special place and obtained some good stuff. I'd like to share it with you. Ha! Dongfang Zhengpai's smile suddenly turned vulgar. Oh! His subordinates' eyes lit up. Those who were like-minded with Dongfang Zhengpai were bound to have similar interests. When they saw Dongfang Zhengpai's expression, they seemed to realize something. Master, what's the good stuff? An infant flew over. Dongfang Zhengpai glanced at him. Qisha, forget about it. Look at it when you grow up. Why? What's the use of looking at it when you're still young? Dongfang Zhengpai curled his lips. Then, Dongfang Zhengpai called his friends and flew away with a group of fiend stars. Master, take me with you. Qisha anxiously chased after them. What's Dongfang Zhengpai doing so mysteriously? Miao asked strangely. It's probably something from Earth. Don't worry about him. Yan Chuan said. All right. Miao was speechless. Bai Qi. Yes, master. Immediately mobilize the troops stationed in the nearby territories. Quickly take over the territory controlled by the boulders and turn it into Great Jin's territory. I don't want the boulders to rise again. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Bai Qi replied. Return to the court. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone followed Yan Chuan and returned to Xianying. The problem of the boulders was completely resolved in the blink of an eye. Netherworld. Kong family's base. Blind Kong flew out with a black-robed man and directly flew towards the Great Qin city. The black-robed man was none other than the Netherworld saint that Yan Chuan was looking for, Demon King Kong. He was the only saint of the Kong family that Kong Huangtian had placed in the Netherworld. Soon, he saw zombie Yan Chuan in the study. Yama Emperor, this is Demon King Kong. I've brought him here. Blind Kong said solemnly. Demon King Kong greets Yama Emperor. Thank you for protecting the Kong family. Demon King Kong said solemnly. He had a grudge with Yan Chuan in the past, but it had been resolved long ago. Now, he was naturally not dissatisfied with Yan Chuan. Zombie Yan Chuan nodded. He looked at Demon King Kong and said, Blind Kong told you, right? This emperor wants to know why Kong Huangtian allowed you to stay in the Netherworld. Demon King Kong nodded. To monitor the boulders. Oh. Yan Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the past, the old ancestor divined that the corpse ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen, would awaken in the Netherworld's outer south continent. He also saw that Pan Sheng and Jiangchen's karma was very strong. He guessed that Pan Sheng might be responsible for Jiangchen's awakening, so he sent me to monitor him. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor couldn't see him. Ha! Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Jiangchen will awaken in the Netherworld's outer south continent. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and it might be soon because Pan Sheng's recent actions are very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Chapter 1499. Jiangchen is about to awaken in the southern outer continent. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and he might awaken soon. Pan Sheng's recent actions have been very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Great Emperor Jiangchen. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Blind Kong and Demon King Kong remained silent. In the study, other than the three of them, there were also a few important officials of the Great Jin dynasty. They stood on either side of the room, their brows furrowed. These experts have awakened because they're waiting for the younger generation to rise. The figures of the early Second Era are finally awakening. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Great Emperor. Li Si suddenly called out. I just received news that the Lotus God of the southern outer continent has begun attacking the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Li Si suddenly laughed. Lotus God? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Yes, the Lotus God has split into 3 groups. One of them is to subdue the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Once subdued, the netherworld portion of the great evil world will merge with the southern outer continent of the netherworld. Great evil world will have the upper hand. Li Si said solemnly. Have the upper hand? This is going to be interesting. Yan Chuan's eyes shone brightly. Great Emperor Jiangchen and the Lotus God, I wonder if they can create some kind of spark. Li Si laughed. That would be great, Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yin Hentian stepped forward. Pay full attention to Great Emperor Jiangchen's awakening. I need to know everything. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Demon King Kong, continue to monitor Pan Sheng and keep in contact with Yin Hentian. Yan Chuan looked at Demon King Kong. Yes, Your Majesty. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Boom. Imperial Sky wielded the heavenly peach sword and fought against Pan Jia and the others. Rumble. The battle continued without end. Ha ha ha, the 5 of you, this is my home ground. How dare you act so presumptuously in the great benevolence world? Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. The loud explosions attracted more and more experts from the great benevolence world. Pan Jia and the others had extremely ugly expressions. Big brother. Everyone looked at Pan Jia. Traitor. Pan Jia looked at Great Venerable Yu Tian in the distance and could only curse. In the past, he was always a yes man in front of the true Lord. Who would have thought that he would have such wild ambitions? Pan Jia said coldly. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly, submissive. Humph. Back in the day, Jiangchen dominated the world. I admired him, that's why I followed him. But now he's plotting against me. He's using Jiangchen's techniques to refine my body. Although I admire him, I am not pedantic. If you want my life, then you have to pay the price. You. The 5 of them glared at him. This is the great benevolence world, you won't be able to get away with it. On account of our past friendship, you should leave. I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have the right to participate in my battle with Jiangchen. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. Bastard. Everyone shouted. However, Pan Jia stopped everyone. He took a deep look at Great Venerable Yu Tian. Let's go. Pan Jia said in a deep voice. Big brother. Let's go. Pan Jia shouted. Feeling helpless, they could only follow Pan Jia and leave. Boom. Everyone flew out of the great benevolence world. Once out of the great benevolence world, Pan Yi's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Pan Yi suddenly exclaimed. Pan Yi took out a black life token, which shattered. Something happened in the clan. Pan Yi's expression changed. The Lotus God attacked 3 continents at the same time. The southeast continent, the southwest continent, and the south outer continent of the netherworld. The ferocious attack attracted the attention of the world. However, at this moment, what attracted Yan Chuan's attention the most wasn't the attack from the great evil world, but from the great Zhou celestial heavens of the Yang realm's west continent. In the great Zhou celestial heavens, Wu Jiong stood at the entrance of the Taiji Palace, leading the officials to look at the peak of a mountain in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, a man in white stood there quietly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and he hugged a bronze sword in his arms. His black hair was draped behind his back, and he looked extremely handsome. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. The man emitted a sword intent, an unstoppable sword intent. The sword intent soared into the sky, and just the concept alone pierced the sky. Above his head, the clouds scattered, and the sun shone. He just stood there with his eyes closed, but no one dared to underestimate him. Some sword cultivators stared at the man in white. Just by looking at the concept around him, they felt as if their swordsmanship had broken through. Wu Jiong looked at the man in white in the distance and raised his eyebrows. "How long has it been?" Wu Jiong asked in a deep voice. 2 hours. Although this person didn't say a word, the sword intent around him soared into the sky. Most of the sword cultivators in the city looked at him with a sense of shock. A minister said respectfully, "Great Emperor, this person is exuding a majestic great Tao, an unstoppable sword intent." Another official said, "Sword intent?" Wu Jiong's face darkened. At this moment, Shang Wanwan's eyes lit up. "Great Emperor, I know who this person is." "Oh. Not long ago, I saw the portrait of the sword cultivator who killed Emperor Xuanwu. Moreover, according to the information we obtained from infiltrating the Great Thousand World, this person is a peerless powerhouse in the Great Thousand World. His name is Jian Ao, and he is the world's #1 sword cultivator." Shang Wanwan said in a deep voice. "The world's #1 sword cultivator?" Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. "Of course, the Great Thousand World Lord and Zhong Shan are not included. After all, no one knows how strong Zhong Shan is. However, the Sword Pavilion, which was founded by Jian Ao, reigns supreme. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the Great Thousand World can defeat him." Shang Wanwan said in a deep voice. "Jian Ao? What is he doing here?" Wu Jiong said solemnly. At this moment, the door of a hall not far away opened with a bang. Clang! When the door of the hall opened, everyone looked over. It was Tong Tian, who was dressed in a black robe and carrying the celestial sword on his back, slowly walking out of the hall. The great Zhou realm's #1 sword cultivator, Tong Tian. The prime of Tong Tian's body was also filled with a monstrous sword intent. At this moment, Tong Tian did not restrain it. Instead, he gently released it. In an instant, the swords of almost all the sword cultivators in Luoyang City began to vibrate. Hum! Millions of swords hummed as if they were welcoming the Emperor of Swords. Tong Tian walked to the entrance of Taiji Palace and looked at Jian Ao in the distance. Jian Ao also opened his eyes at the right time. 2 15-colored lights shot out from his eyes. The lights were dazzling and terrifying. Countless cultivators who were staring at Jian Ao felt their hearts tremble. It was as if this pair of eyes had pierced into their hearts, and they felt a chill in their hearts. Great Thousand World, Sword Pavilion, Jian Ao. Jian Ao called out to Tong Tian. At this moment, it seemed like there was no one else in Jian Ao's eyes except for Tong Tian. Tong Tian's face sank. Tong Tian. When I was in the Great Thousand World, I had long heard of sect leader Tong Tian's great name. In the past, the Great Thousand World sages defied the heavens, and sect leader Tong Tian's swordsmanship was #1 under the heavens. Unfortunately, during sect leader Tong Tian's glorious years, this humble one had yet to be born. By the time this humble one had traveled the world, news of sect leader Tong Tian had already faded. In that case, your sword Dao has reached the peak of the Great Thousand World. Tong Tian stared at Jian Ao. From Tong Tian's attitude, one could see how much importance he attached to Jian Ao. After all, that sword intent could not be faked. Yes. Jian Ao admitted straightforwardly. Sword Pavilion's Jian Ao requests a battle with Tong Tian. Jian Ao said solemnly. Requesting a battle. He was challenging the prime of Tong Tian. Luoyang City was in an uproar. Chapter 1500. Xianyang. When Yan Chuan received the news, he led the officials to the entrance of the Skyward Palace and looked to the west. At this moment, the Tongtian sect leader had already accepted Jian Ao's request for battle. The two sword experts had already begun their battle. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of the collision could be heard even in the outer eastern continent. Looking from afar, the area where the Azure Dragon Emperor had attacked the silver-eyed Yan Chuan's territory had become the battlefield of the two great swordsmen. The sky was filled with sword chi, one green and one purple. The two violent sword chi storms were like two blazing suns. The sword chi was the sunlight, flooding the entire territory and even shooting toward the entire outer west continent. Jian Ao. Yan Chuan's eyes darkened. What a powerful sword Dao! Great Emperor, who is this Jian Ao? How is his sword Dao so powerful? My sword Dao is far from his. Mournful Hua exclaimed. Jian Ao, the number one sword expert in the Great Thousand World. His life was devoted to the sword. In the past, as a mortal, he became the number one person in the Great Thousand World. However, he realized that his sword Dao was a little off. In order to correct his sword Dao, he committed suicide. 30,000 years later, he was reborn. Without destruction, there is no construction. He cultivated the purest sword Dao. He cultivated the clear sword heart. His goal was to defeat all the heroes in the world with his sword Dao. Along the way, he killed gods and Buddhas. Ghosts and gods avoided him. His sword Dao was the best in the world. Yan Chuan explained. Such a powerful person. Everyone was shocked. Jian Ao was once able to kill celestials when he was still immortal. The sealed world of the Great Thousand World is called the Minor Thousand World. When he ascended, nearly 1,000 celestials rushed in, but he slaughtered them all. His blood dyed the sky red as he killed his way into the heavens with a single sword strike. The world was shocked. Gigu Zi explained. What a powerful person. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the Great Thousand World? An official asked. Jian Ao has only been defeated twice in his life. Once, he was defeated by Zhong Shan. Yan Chuan said. Oh. Everyone's eyes narrowed. He had only been defeated twice in his life. Only twice. So little. Jian Ao was so ferocious. What about Zhong Shan? In the distance, the great battle continued. More and more people were paying attention to this battle in the mortal realm. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God sat in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. This person. Did he get stronger again? Lotus God asked in a low voice. The Nether King, who was standing at the side, said, My lord, I have sent people to infiltrate the Great Thousand World. This person is called Jian Ao, and he is an extremely strong person in the Great Thousand World. He has fought countless battles throughout his life, and he has always been challenging people above his level. The more he fights, the fiercer he gets. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. Outside the North Continent, at the entrance of the Immortal Hall. Zhong Shan led the officials and looked at the West Outer Continent. The prime of Tongtian? Zhong Shan asked in a deep voice. In the past, when our dynasty in Jian Ao had not risen, the world had already heard of how powerful Tongtian was. Hongjun had 3 disciples, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Although Tongtian was ranked 3rd, his sword Dao was so strong that even Taishang and Yuanshi were ashamed to use swords. His sword Dao was comparable to Hongjun's. An official explained. Hongjun. The Hongjun of the Great Thousand Realms is indeed not dead. Zhong Shan said. Everyone fell silent. The Northeast Continent. The Eastern Sect. Dongfang Bubi, dressed in white, slowly walked out of the Eastern Hall with a group of disciples behind him. Sect Master. The disciples said respectfully. Dongfang Bubi did not say anything. Instead, he looked toward the distant west. His eyes were deep, and no one could tell whether he was happy or sad. West Outer Continent. The battlefield between Tong Tian and Jian Ao. Jian Ao's black hair fluttered as he swung the bronze sword in his hand. The prime of Tongtian's robes fluttered. With a ferocious expression, he swung the immortal slaying sword. Ding! The tips of the two swords suddenly collided. From the tip of the sword, a spherical ripple radiated in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, countless sword chi burst out at a speed 10 times faster than before. Boom! The two swords collided with each other. So powerful. The great Thousand Realms actually produced such a strong swordsman like you. The prime of Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Jian Ao did not say a word. Immortal slaying the world, world rebirth. The prime of Tong Tian shouted. Buzz! The immortal slaying sword burst out millions of sword lights. The Milky Way of swords, heart. Jian Ao said in a deep voice. Boom! The bronze sword instantly burst out millions of green light and charged toward the immortal slaying sword. Boom! Under the huge impact, Jian Ao still looked calm. However, the prime of Tong Tian seemed to be unable to hold on. Roar! The prime of Tong Tian shouted, and his body suddenly expanded. Are you going to break through? Jian Ao asked solemnly. Not long ago, I watched Kong Huangtian's battle and seemed to have comprehended something. The prime of Tong Tian did not hide it. Then I'll help you again. Sword force, great Milky Way surging. Jian Ao shouted again. Boom! All of a sudden, countless streams of sword chi were straightened out and rushed toward sect leader Tong Tian. Boom! The surging river was unstoppable. The pressure on the prime of Tong Tian suddenly increased by more than a few times. The prime of Tongtian's eyes widened, and the great path behind him soared into the sky. The purplish great path suddenly dissipated and gradually turned into a black great path. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the prime of Tongtian's body rumbled. Jian Ao kept his sword at the right time. Tongtian's surging aura burst out from his body. The huge aura shattered the surrounding sword chi. In the entire territory, only a huge black hole was left, covering the two of them. Gradually, the black hole disappeared, and the two of them were exposed before everyone. The prime of Tong Tian closed his eyes, and the aura around him surged wildly. Jian Ao stood quietly in the distant void. A sword mountain suddenly appeared under his feet, and Jian Ao landed on the peak of the sword mountain. 16th Heaven. The prime of Tong Tian broke through. In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. 16th Heaven. In the past, the great thousand world did not dare to imagine it. The prime of Tong Tian actually reached it. The sword chi around the prime of Tong Tian was restrained, and the strength of his sword Dao could not be seen clearly. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. After a while, the prime of Tong Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce fighting spirit rushed out. All along, I was just a little short. Thank you. The prime of Tong Tian said solemnly. Jian Ao nodded. I have also comprehended a lot from your immortal slaying sword chi. Now that you have reached the 16th heaven, let's do it again. This time, I will go all out. The prime of Tong Tian narrowed his eyes. You are a strong opponent. I have only experienced this sword chi from my teacher. Come. Jian Ao swung his sword again. Whoosh! When the sword was swung, countless sword marks appeared in all directions, as if billions of sword energy were slashing toward the prime of Tong Tian. The prime of Tongtian's face darkened, and he swung his immortal slaying sword again. Boom! The fierce impact shattered the void again, and billions of sword-shaped trenches appeared on the ground. It was abnormally fierce. Rumble. The two powerhouses continued to fight. Hum. Hum. In the world of the living, the swords of countless cultivators suddenly trembled, as if they were cheering for the supreme sword Qi, and also as if they were worshipping it. The dense sword Qi instantly engulfed the two of them again. Even Yan Chuan, Zhong Shan, and the Lotus God, who were far away, could not see the scene in the distance. The battle went on for 6 hours. Break! The prime of Tongtian roared. Boom! The dense sword Qi area exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion caused the entire territory below to collapse and sink into the sea in the blink of an eye. It's over. Mo Yushi's expression changed. In the distance, the sea below raged. The two of them who were fighting in the sky had stopped. The black hole disappeared, and the sword Qi dissipated. Jian Ao and the prime of Tongtian held their swords and looked at each other. Everything returned to silence. Who won? Miao shouted. In the distance, after a long while, a stream of blood flowed out from the scalp above the prime of Tongtian's forehead. It streaked across his face. The prime of Tongtian is bleeding? Mo Yushi said in surprise. In the distance, the prime of Tongtian gently wiped his forehead, and blood flowed out. The prime of Tongtian smiled bitterly and looked at Jian Ao. You won. Your sword Dao is better than mine. The 16th heaven. The prime of Tongtian had already reached the 16th heaven, but he was still defeated. When the prime of Tongtian announced his defeat, the countless cultivators in the western outer continent instantly went into an uproar. When the news spread throughout the world, the ambitious and ruthless people of the world also went into an uproar. The 16th heaven prime of Tongtian. The prime of Tongtian actually lost. How can this be? Jian Ao looked at the prime of Tongtian and finally nodded. You did not disgrace your name. Although I won by a hair's breadth, I gained a lot from fighting you. The prime of Tongtian smiled bitterly. The sword Dao was the thing that the prime of Tongtian was most proud of. Aside from his teacher, who had already died, there was also the fallen Kong Huangtian. The prime of Tongtian felt that no one could match him in the sword Dao. However, he lost so thoroughly today. Yes, he lost so thoroughly. Others might not understand, but the prime of Tongtian knew very well that he, Jian Ao, was only the 15th heaven. The 15th heaven. The prime of Tongtian's sword Dao, a 16th heaven sword Dao, lost to a 15th heaven sword Dao. Jian Ao's sword Dao was strong, and Tongtian lost thoroughly. Jian Ao nodded slightly to the prime of Tongtian before turning to look at the world. Suddenly, Jian Ao turned his gaze to the eastern outer continent. He looked at Xianyang and Yan Chuan, who was at the sky-facing palace's entrance. Sword intent burst out from his eyes. A strong fighting intent rushed towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's expression did not change as he faced Jian Ao head-on. Their gazes collided across the world. After that, Jian Ao retracted his gaze and looked at the prime of Tongtian. I have gained a lot from the battle with you. I will go into seclusion to comprehend. Goodbye. Jian Ao said. The prime of Tongtian nodded. Swish. Jian Ao shot towards the outer north continent. Countless people stared at Jian Ao until he could no longer be seen. The prime of Tongtian watched as Jian Ao left. He grabbed the immortal extermination sword in his hand. A small crack appeared on the sword's edge. He shook his head. The prime of Tongtian walked towards Luoyang. In front of the Taiji Palace in Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked at the prime of Tongtian with a complicated expression. The 16th heaven. The prime of Tongtian reached the 16th heaven. Such a shocking matter was not the end. Not only did the prime of Tongtian fail to defeat Jian Ao, but he was defeated by Jian Ao instead. Jian Ao became famous after this battle. After this battle, no one in the world would not know Jian Ao's name. Chapter 1501. After the battle between Tong Tian and Jian Ao. Everyone in the world was talking about Jian Ao. When the three worlds descended, the heroes only knew about Lotus God and Zhong Shan. Now, they finally understood that there were other peerless experts in the three worlds. The battle between the experts of the four worlds had officially begun. Xianyang City. In Yan Chuan's study, a golden-robed man was standing in the middle of two rows of ministers. Yan Di, please help us. The golden-robed man asked sincerely. Oh. Is this your idea? Yan Chuan looked at the golden-robed man indifferently. Yes. Our master, Golden Emperor, is in seclusion and can't manage the affairs of the southeast continent. Lotus God sent a large number of experts to the southeast continent, so we didn't dare to resist. However, they are getting more and more arrogant. They have already plundered 10 territories in the southeast continent. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Golden Emperor hasn't come out of seclusion. Yes. Our master's seclusion seems to have reached a critical moment. We wanted to break in, but our master's golden-bounded domain stopped us. The golden-robed man said. I remember that Golden Emperor and Sha Di are good friends. Why don't you ask Sha Di for help? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Although the heroes of the divine realm are friends with our master, only our master knows where they are. We can't contact them at all. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Yan Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Yan Di, I acted on my own this time. However, I don't want the territories that our master fought for to be plundered by Lotus God again. Perhaps our master will punish me when he comes out of seclusion. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help. I can do whatever you want within my authority. Of course, this is just an extra. Our master will repay you in the future. The golden-robed man said. There are so many heroes in the world. Why did you come to me? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The golden-robed man was silent for a while and finally said, because I have collected information that you and Lotus God have a great feud. Secondly, Lotus God went to Xianyang in person but returned without success. Is that so? Yan Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Also, there are 3 people leading the attack on the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest, Big Dipper, and King Bing Feng. If the southeast continent falls, the situation in the Great Jin continent will become more and more unstable. The golden-robed man didn't hide anything. King Bing Feng. What's so special about this person? Yan Chuan asked. This person wields the Tao of reincarnation. At first, I thought that he only controlled 6 Daos, but that day, one of my colleagues fought with him, and I found that he controlled 7 Daos. I want to. The golden-robed man frowned. Alright, I will help the Golden Great Emperor. Yan Chuan nodded. Great Emperor. A few of the ministers cried out in surprise. This was facing the Lotus Goddess, facing the entire great evil world. Thank you Yan Di, thank you Yan Di. The golden-robed man was extremely excited. You go down first. Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. The golden-robed man slowly left the study room. Your Majesty, why are you helping them? Next, we will have to face the entire great evil world. A minister said worriedly. We will have to face the great evil world sooner or later. The Great Jin Heaven realm has never been afraid of anyone. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. But. Moreover, I have been paying attention to that King Bing Feng for a long time. He has the Ice Phoenix Venerable and wields the 12 Tao of reincarnation. I need to use this opportunity to obtain him. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Then, His Majesty will definitely leave Xianyang. That is not Great Jin's home ground. Lu Buwei frowned. After all, in Great Jin's home ground, Yan Chuan was stronger. If he went out, it would be bad if something happened. The Huanan continent and the Dongwai continent are adjacent to each other. Moreover, the lotus goddess can't leave. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Oh. Everyone's expression changed. Great Emperor, you mean to trigger a war in the netherworld so that the lotus goddess can't take care of each other? Lu Buwei's expression changed. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Moreover, help. I won't help the Golden Sovereign for no reason. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Huanan continent. In a huge palace, everything in the palace was made of ice sculptures. In the center of the palace was a huge phoenix throne, on which sat a majestic man in white. In front of him stood a group of subordinates. Sovereign, the Golden Sovereign's palace is there. Why don't we attack there first? One of the subordinates asked curiously. On the phoenix throne, the majestic man said in a deep voice, Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest haven't gone. Why should we go first? But King Bing Feng shook his head and said, you don't understand. This world is not that simple. Not long ago, Jian Ao and Tong Tian fought. You all know that. Is the Golden Sovereign really weak? Ah. He has the Great Emperor karmic rank. If I go now, at most, both sides will suffer. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest will reap the benefits. His Majesty sent the three of us here to test us. King Bing Feng said in a deep voice. Oh. Although the Golden Sovereign is the lord of the Huanan continent, his control over the Huanan continent is not strict. Even without the Golden Sovereign, it will still take the same effort to conquer these places. If you don't defeat a territory lord, this territory will be yours and you still have to control it. King Bing Feng said in a deep voice. Okay. Everyone was helpless. In the distance of the palace, Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi, on the other hand, arrived at another palace. King Bing Feng. 12 paths of reincarnation again. Mo Yushi said solemnly. How is your refining of Qing Wan going? Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I have mastered it all. There are now 24 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi said. That's good. When do we start? Wait a little longer, wait for news from the underworld. Yan Chuan explained. Underworld, South Outer Continent. Under the Lotus God's command, the West High Priest and the North High Priest each held a scepter and led countless demons of the great evil world to attack. The South Outer Continent of the Underworld used to be the territory of the Great Emperor Rosefinch. Unfortunately, after the death of the Great Emperor Rosefinch, it became much more desolate. The subordinates of the Great Emperor Rosefinch each occupied their own territory and fell apart. In front of the two high priests, such a state of disunity was naturally vulnerable. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to completely control the territory, the two high priests would have already swept through it. Even so, the two high priests were unimpeded. In fact, the two of them even joined the army. Report. A three-eyed demon rushed into the main hall. The two high priests on the left and right looked at the demon. Reporting to the West High Priest and the North High Priest, the 6th Vanguard Army has been completely annihilated. What? The West High Priest's face sank. The front line reported that the 6th Vanguard Army was completely annihilated overnight. However, when they left, the 5th Vanguard Army's commander saw them and quietly followed them. The three-eyed demon reported. Humph, there are still people who dare to kill my people in the South Outer Continent of the Underworld. They should be executed. The West High Priest shouted. No matter who it is, die. The North High Priest's eyes also turned cold. In the South Outer Continent of the Underworld, a group of three-eyed demons stopped at the peak of a mountain. Where are they? One of the three-eyed demons was puzzled. I saw them coming here earlier. Humph, escape. You want to escape after killing my brother? They actually crossed 3 territories. Who is it? Is there any force in the South Outer Continent that can resist my great evil world? Find them, they killed my 6th brother, I want to exterminate their 9 generations. Yes. A group of demons frantically searched around. After a while. Commander, look, there's someone over there. What a heavy energy. The demons looked into the distance together. Looking from afar, there was a huge abyss that connected to the depths of the earth. Billowing energy emerged from the huge abyss, incomparably eerie. Around this huge abyss, there were countless palaces, and giants walked around. Giants, the giants were not a side race, but the monolith race. After being expelled by Yan Chuan, they came here. Monolith Peak, Monolith Hall. Pan Jia, Pan Yi, Pan Ding, and the rest of the 10 had extremely ugly expressions. Bastard Yan Chuan, if we didn't show mercy back then, his great Zhen would have been destroyed long ago. Pan Xian said angrily. Yeah, what was great Zhen? What was Yan Chuan? Pan Gui said coldly. Pan Gung revealed a bitter smile. No, Pan Gung did the right thing. Pan Jia said solemnly. Big brother. Everyone looked at Pan Jia. Yan Chuan's actions are understandable. From his point of view, it's already benevolent that he didn't kill all of us. Otherwise, before the true Lord came out, he would have destroyed our monolith race and cut off one of our wings. Pan Jia said solemnly. Ah. Pan Xian said in surprise. Pan Yi also nodded, that's right. From Yutian's attitude, we can see that Yan Chuan has no need to let you guys go when he has the strength. But Yan Chuan can forget about getting any benefits. Pan Xian said unwillingly. No, Pan Xian, you're wrong. Back then, the 5 of us entered the netherworld. Back then, Yan Chuan might not have the strength to kill all of you. In fact, there's a high chance that he could. Do you know how strong Great Zhen is now? Pan Jia looked over. Pan Xian frowned. Moreover, attacking the monolith race back then is better than attacking you guys after the true Lord comes out, right? If we fight then, Great Zhen's losses will be even greater. Pan Jia said. Pan Xian's expression changed. In the end, he could only say helplessly, all right. The true Lord is about to awaken. We're here to welcome the true Lord. Pan Gung interrupted. Pan Jia and the others nodded. As long as the true Lord comes out, who can be his match? Pan Yi said confidently. While the leaders of the monolith race were talking. Boom! A loud sound came from outside the hall. Pan Jia's face darkened. Ha ha ha, so it's you bunch of rocks. What a tough body. You didn't die even when I hit you like that? A demon's voice came from outside. Humph, you dare to be our enemy? You're courting death. Boom. Pan Jia's face darkened. He led a group of experts out of the hall. West High Priest and North High Priest's camp. Reporting, the culprit has been found. However, the 5th Vanguard Army was almost completely annihilated. Only 3 people escaped. Chapter 1502. Underworld, South Outer Continent. At the mouth of an abyss, countless demons appeared and surrounded the rock tribe. Pan Jia and his brothers stood at the entrance of a palace and looked coldly at the demons. 2 powerhouses with scepters in their hands were dressed in grey robes. Their eyes were filled with arrogance and indifference. The West High Priest and the North High Priest. People from the great evil world? Pan Jia asked. Ants, how dare you provoke the great evil world? The West High Priest's eyes were cold. He raised the scepter in his hand. Light of Doomsday. The West High Priest shouted. Buzz. A black beam of light emerged from the West High Priest's scepter and flew toward the other side. Humph. Pan Yi snorted and his body swayed. Boom! He broke through the black light and appeared in front of the West High Priest. The West High Priest's expression changed. How could this be? He could only wave his scepter to defend himself. Boom! Pan Yi's punch was extremely powerful. Even though the Western High Priest had already defended himself, it was too late. Pan Yi was sent flying with a loud bang, instantly flying 10 miles away. What? The North High Priest's face darkened. Looking for trouble? You've come to the wrong place. Pan Yi said coldly. Kill them. The West High Priest held his stomach and shouted angrily. You're courting death. Pan Jia snorted. Boom! The powerhouses of the Rock clan swarmed forward and charged at the crowd. Rumble. The battle began. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent. The Lotus Goddess sat and looked at the world. News from all directions gathered quickly. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess seemed to sense something and looked toward the entrance of the Yellow Springs. The West High Priest rushed over in a panic. The Lotus Goddess's face darkened. She stretched out her hand and formed a lotus seal. She immediately pulled the West High Priest closer. The West High Priest felt his surroundings change and was suddenly in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, something has happened in the underworld expedition. The North High Priest is seriously injured. We have stopped in our tracks. Please send reinforcements. The West High Priest said bitterly. Oh. I found out. It's the Rock tribe. They have a level 16 powerhouse. The West High Priest said bitterly. The Boulder clan. The Lotus Goddess frowned. The Lord of the Underworld spoke, My lord, the Rock tribe had been stationed in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. They were banished by Yan Chuan not long ago. I didn't expect them to come to the netherworld. 16 heavens. Is he the one who hunted down the people from the great benevolence world? Lotus Goddess asked in a deep voice. My lord, please send reinforcements. The West High Priest pleaded. Underworld, Monolith tribe. Looking at the countless corpses around him, Pangea's face turned gloomy. Something bad is going to happen. Pangea said in a deep voice. Big brother, we won. What happened? Pan Xian was puzzled. We've been tricked. Pangea's face darkened. What? Someone deliberately provoked the hatred between us and the Lotus Goddess. Their goal has been achieved. Although we defeated a group of Abyss Devils, there will be an endless stream of Abyss Devils coming. There will be more and more. Pangea's face was gloomy. Ah. If it was in the past, it would be fine. However, this is the time when true Lord rank is recovering. Pangea said with a frown. Then, what do we do now? Everyone was anxious. Defend the abyss to the death and wait for the true master to awaken. Pangea said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Everyone answered. The abyss guarded by the Monolith tribe was a large, pitch-black hole. Inside the hole was an endless spring. In the depths of the endless secluded spring, there was a black wooden coffin at the bottom. There were countless runes on the coffin. When the coffin's lid opened, there seemed to be a huge black hole inside. The black hole spun, swallowing and spitting out endless secluded spring. Beside it stood an expert from the Monolith tribe. It was Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng was the first monolith Yan Chuan had met. When he'd killed Jin Xiong, his father-in-law in his previous life, he'd encountered an identical beast. Pan Sheng had planned to swindle the beast from Yan Chuan, but in the end, he'd failed. Later, the Monolith tribe had sent him to the underworld to pay attention to Jiangqin's awakening. Looking at the pitch-black coffin, Pan Sheng felt slightly bitter. What a pity. If only I'd had an identical beast back then. Since I can't find one to replace me, then this can only be fate. Pan Xing said bitterly. With a bitter smile, Pan Xing bowed respectfully to the black coffin. True master, Pan Xing was created by you. Offering my body is only natural and my greatest honor. I only hope that after you use my body to awaken, you'll take pity on the Monolith tribe. The Monolith tribe will be eternally loyal to you. I hope that you'll treat them as real people, not tools or treasures. Pan Xing kowtows and begs you. Pan Xing kowtowed to the black coffin. Hum. The black coffin hummed, as if urging Pan Xing to move. Pan Xing took a deep breath, walked to the coffin's lid, and slowly lay down. In an instant, the black hole swallowed Pan Xing. Walala. Pan Xing's face contorted in pain. His entire body seemed to be twisting. His previously bald head rapidly grew hair, and his body shrank. Ah! Pan Xing cried out in pain. Clang! The lid of the coffin flew into the air and closed with a loud bang. The pitch-black coffin immediately began to absorb the nether spring energy from all directions. Surging yin energy whizzed over as it absorbed it. Under the ferocious absorption, the entire territory trembled. Not only the Monolith tribe's territory, but the surrounding seas and the entire outer south continent also trembled violently. Countless nether springs under the ground in various large territories seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Jiangchen will awaken and absorb the nether spring energy of an entire continent. Rumble. In the outer south continent of the netherworld, countless cultivators looked around in confusion. At this moment, a large number of great evil world's experts charged toward the netherworld again, and toward the Monolith tribe. More and more demons and great demons swarmed over. Rumble. Boundless killing intent brewed outside the Monolith tribe. Rolling demons seemed to carry the fury of the great evil world as they poured down in torrents. The huge commotion quickly alerted countless experts in the netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan received the news and walked out of the central hall, looking at the Monolith tribe in the distance. Outer West Continent, Great Kindness World. Great Venerable Yu Tian held the heavenly peach sword in his hand and coldly looked at the Outer South Continent. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Hall. Ancestor Mingi seemed to have sensed something and stepped out of the hall, looking towards the south. In the world of the living, Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi stood at the entrance of a hall. Yen Chuan's expression was slightly serious. What's wrong? The outer south continent of the netherworld is shaking. Jiangchen is about to awaken. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1503. In the world of the living, Yen Chuan and Mo Yushi stood in front of a great hall. Yen Chuan's expression was grave. What's wrong? The underworld is shaking in the southern outer continent. Jiangchen is about to awaken. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchen is about to awaken. Mo Yushi looked worried. Don't worry. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Jiangchen. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yushi nodded, but she was still worried. The Lotus Goddess doesn't know about Jiangchen's connection to the Boulder clan. She's ordered a large number of experts from the Great Fiend world to attack the Boulder clan. The time has come. Yen Chuan said gravely. Can we begin? Mo Yushi's expression changed. That's right. Now that Jiangchen has awakened, the Lotus Goddess won't be able to divert her attention to the world of the living. It's time to deal with King Bing Feng, said Yen Chuan gravely. All right. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. In the world of the dead, at the mouth of the abyss in the outer south continent, Pan Jia stood in front of a palace, guarding the mouth of the abyss. Almost all of the Boulder clan's experts had made their move. Waves of demons attacked, and countless experts swarmed in. Rumble. Battles broke out everywhere. Pan Yi led a group of brothers to attack the ambitious and ruthless evil demons. That's them. Everyone, the Lotus Goddess has ordered us to kill them. Roared the West High Priest. Roar. Countless demons roared and charged forward. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Boulder clan was drowned in the endless sea of demons. There were too many demons, so many that it was shocking. Although the Boulder clan was talented and had incomparably strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the demons in terms of numbers. This was an entire world of demons. The Boulder clan, on the other hand, only had one clan. One clan versus one world. In the blink of an eye, their successors were running out. For true Lord. Roared Pan-E. For true Lord. Roared almost everyone in the Boulder clan. Amidst the fierce battle, countless experts also stared at the mouth of the abyss. Now, the entire outer South continent was shaken. Something big must have happened. Here, the Rock tribe would rather die in battle than give up on the abyss. What was there at the abyss? Suddenly, an evil demon took advantage of the gap in the battle and shot towards the mouth of the abyss. Boom! Pangea's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of him, smashing him into pieces with a palm strike. The plate armor was the final hurdle. Although that demon was dead, it piqued the interest of the other demons. More and more demons shot over. Boom! 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 Pangea flew above the mouth of the abyss. Anyone who approached it would die. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, and the Boulder tribe's casualties grew greater and greater. Roar! Pan-E roared in grief and indignation. With the strength of the 16 heavenly layers, he was fighting 1 against 10, showing his ferocious and overbearing side. On the other side, the demons were shocked by the tenacity of the Boulder tribe. 16 heavens. Also, that group of 15-layered heaven. What was the origin of the Boulder tribe? Why had he never received such news before? The Rock tribe had suffered many casualties, but they were still able to defend against the enemy outside the mouth of the abyss. Kaboom! The ground of the outer South continent shook more and more violently. For a moment it was as if the yin qi in the outer South continent had decreased by half. The battle lasted for 3 days, but there was still no result. The demons were ferocious, but the Boulder tribe's physical bodies were invincible. The Boulder tribe had suffered many casualties, but the Boulder sect elders at the mouth of the abyss had suffered few injuries. The demons had suffered even more casualties. After all, their physical bodies couldn't compare to the Boulder tribes. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. This time, they'd mobilized a large number of strong cultivators from the great evil world. It had been 3 days, but there was still no result. Moreover, the ground was covered in corpses. If not for the limited number of Boulder tribe members, the great evil world's cultivators would have been defeated long ago. They can't be killed. A demon said with an ugly expression. Can't be killed. If both sides suffered, they would only exhaust themselves to death. Instantly, all the demons' expressions turned ugly. Hum. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed on the battlefield. As soon as the first lotus blossomed, an endless number of lotus flowers blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A vast aura spread across the battlefield. Countless demons rejoiced and immediately stopped fighting. Welcome, Lotus Goddess. All the demons were overjoyed. However, Pangea and the others' expressions changed. The Boulder tribe's cultivators quickly retreated to the mouth of the abyss. At the center, a huge white lotus bloomed. A white-robed man appeared on the white lotus. He had a purple lotus on his head and a green lotus mark between his brows. Wherever he looked, an unstoppable force pressed down on the Boulder tribe. Other than Pangea and Pan-E, the other Boulder tribe's cultivators couldn't raise their heads. Pangea and Pan-E's 16 levels of heaven barely blocked the Lotus Goddess's gaze. Boom! The two braced themselves and stepped forward. They blocked the ferocious aura. Boulder Tribe. The Lotus Goddess said softly. When the Lotus Goddess opened her mouth, the sky was filled with multicolored light. Her divine might was unparalleled. Countless demons stood behind her respectfully. She was the master of a realm, showing her dominance over the world. Lotus Goddess, the Boulder Tribe has no enmity with your great evil world, but you keep coming to kill our people. What is the meaning of this? Pan Jia said with difficulty. The ground was still shaking. The Lotus Goddess could feel that endless yin qi was gathering fiercely at the entrance of the abyss. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. The South Outer Continent is my territory. I can do whatever I want. As she spoke, billions of lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses spread toward the Boulder Tribe, drowning them all in the blink of an eye. Bastard, this is my ancestral land. No one is allowed to be presumptuous. Break! Pan Jia shouted. Boom! Countless lotuses exploded, but there were too many of them. They couldn't all explode. In the blink of an eye, countless lotuses entered the abyss as if they wanted to investigate. Oh no, everyone, attack the Lotus Goddess. Pan Jia's expression changed. At this moment, he couldn't care less about being weaker than the Lotus Goddess. He charged at the Lotus Goddess. Countless members of the Boulder Tribe charged forward. Boom! Waves of power surged. The Lotus Goddess glared. Hum! Bang! Almost all the Boulder Tribe's cultivators were sent flying. Pft! Pft! Sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. Only Pan Jia and Pan Yi flew closer. However, they were trapped by the two lotuses in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Boulder Tribe roared in grief. Everyone tried their best to stop the Lotus Goddess, but they couldn't stop her. More and more lotuses entered the abyss. True Lord! No! Countless Boulder Tribe members cried out in grief. They were sad for their own uselessness. They were sad that the Lotus Goddess was about to wake up. They were helpless. However, the demons were overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Some of the demons even laughed cruelly. The Lotus Goddess stared at the abyss. Her lotuses entered the abyss. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's expression changed. An explosive roar came from the bottom of the abyss. How dare you! Bang! Endless spring water surged into the sky. All the lotuses that entered the abyss exploded. A loud roar came out, and an ear-piercing tremor spread throughout the world. The netherworld was filled with this roar. Many lotuses in the air exploded. The demons were the first to bear the brunt of this roar. Their innards were injured by this roar. Pft! Many demons spat out mouthfuls of blood. The sound waves soared into the sky, and surging spatial ripples rushed into the 9 heavens. Above the starry sky, countless stars shook violently. The Lotus Goddess's expression darkened. She quickly stabilized the surroundings and protected the demons. Pan Jia and Pan Yi, who were trapped by the lotuses, could suddenly move. True Lord! Pan Yi exclaimed. Welcome back, True Lord! Pan Jia was overjoyed. Welcome back, True Lord! Almost all the Boulder Tribe members cheered wildly. In the world, a group of giants stared at the abyss. They saw a black wooden coffin slowly float out of the abyss surrounded by yin qi. A soul-sucking aura rushed into the minds of countless experts even from a distance. There were countless mysterious runes on the coffin. The Lotus Goddess's expression darkened because she felt a divine flame from the coffin. This divine flame seemed to penetrate the coffin and destroy the force field she created. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared on the coffin. Golden light shone from the cracks. Greetings, True Lord! Almost all the Boulder Tribe members knelt down. Even Pan Jia and Pan Yi, the two 16th heaven cultivators, knelt down respectfully. Boom! The black wooden coffin suddenly exploded. The instant it did, endless golden light shot out in all directions. The world covered by the secluded spring was instantly filled with a sea of golden light. A powerful aura pressed down on the lotus goddess. Countless demons were pushed back by the surging impact. The lotus goddess's expression darkened. She didn't give in at all. The golden light slowly faded, revealing a man in a luxurious golden robe. The man's long golden hair was draped over his back. On his back, there was a pair of huge golden dragon bone wings, similar to Yan Chuan's dragon bone wings. However, this man's dragon bone wings were even more ferocious and huge. The man had 2 golden fangs in his mouth. His eyes were like 2 black holes that absorbed everything in the world. He wasn't handsome, but he was extremely fierce. He clenched his fist, and a fierce aura shot out of his eyes. A ferocious murderous aura rushed towards the lotus goddess. Just like that day at Mount Zhong, the murderous aura condensed into thousands of warriors and charged towards the lotus goddess with sabers in their hands. Boom! Wherever the murderous aura passed, it was like a surging river. Countless demons were terrified. The lotus goddess's expression changed, and a powerful murderous aura surged out. Boom! The 2 powerful experts' murderous auras collided in the void, and the surrounding void was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge impact paused for a moment after the first strike. The golden-robed man suddenly roared towards the sky, roar. The roar shook the sky, and it was incomparably majestic. The entire netherworld was filled with this huge roar. Hearing the roar, zombie Yan Chuan, who was far away in the great Qin city, suddenly changed his expression. This roar made his blood seem to be boiling. Suppress! Zombie Yan Chuan roared, and his blood calmed down. Although he suppressed it, the blood in his body was still boiling because of the roar, and Yan Chuan was immediately alerted. How could sound affect him from billions of miles away? Roar! 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 In an instant, almost every corner of the netherworld, including the 6 continents, echoed the roar. Zombies, countless zombies. Aside from a few who could suppress the boiling of their blood, most of the zombies had their blood boiling as they roared at the sky. At the same time, countless zombies suddenly bowed in the direction of the outer southern continent. Corpse Ancestor. Great Emperor Jiangchen. Lotus God's expression darkened. With a single roar, he could command almost all the zombies in the world. When a general appears, 10,000 corpses pay homage. Chapter 1504. After the roar, Jiangchen felt refreshed. It was as if he'd announced to the world that the mighty great Emperor Jiangchen had returned. In the great Qin city, zombie Yan Chuan's gaze was cold. From the roar, he understood how terrifying his future opponent would be. In the great benevolence realm, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's gaze was also cold, but a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. No one understood Jiangchen better than Grand Venerable Yu Tian. In the outer north continent, Ancestor Nether River narrowed his eyes as he stared at great Emperor Jiangchen. Beside him, Ice Goddess asked curiously, "Master, did that roar come from great Emperor Jiangchen?" "That's right." Ancestor Nether River said in a low voice. "How strong is Jiangchen?" Ice Goddess asked curiously. "Haven't you read some historical records? Don't you know Jiangchen?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. "I did. It was during the early part of the Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangchen once ruled the world, then faded into obscurity." Ice Goddess said curiously. "Don't you know what ruled the world means?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. "Huh." Majestic heaven and earth, the Nether River Patriarch explained. It was during that time that Jiangchen became number 1 under heaven. Number 1 in the world. That's right. At least on the surface. However, after Jiangchen disappeared, Great Emperor Ziwei and the others rose to prominence. Ancestor Nether River explained. Wasn't 1.5 supposed to be the number 1 in the second epoch? Ice Goddess asked, puzzled. 1.5. This person is extremely elusive. He appeared at the beginning of the second epoch and suppressed the world, then disappeared. After 1.5 disappeared, Jiangchen appeared and swept through the world. After Jiangchen disappeared, 1.5 reappeared at the end of the second epoch. 1.5 never interacted with Jiangchen. Ancestor Nether River said. So, other than the 1.5 whose strength is unknown, Great Emperor Jiangchen is the undisputed number 1 in the second epoch. Ice Goddess expression changed. That's right. Ancestor Nether River nodded. Master, have you seen Jiangchen before? Ice Goddess asked curiously. First time. Ancestor Nether River didn't hide anything. From the looks of it, apart from Master, the second era is much stronger than the third era. In the past, the number 1 expert of the third era, Kong Huangtian, was only at the 15th heavenly layer. Apart from the Lord, each epoch is worse than the last. The Ice God frowned. No. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. The world is developing. Peerless experts are born in every epoch. I was born in the beginning of the third epoch. Later, I just hid myself. And Hong Jun. As for the fourth epoch, don't underestimate it. The great Kiliacosm Domain Lord, Zhong Shan, was born in the fourth epoch. Not long ago, Jian Ao and Yen Chuan of the Great Perfection epoch had yet to reach the end of their cultivation path. They still have a lot of room for improvement. No one knows the final outcome of the disputes in the world. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes. Do you know why Jiangchen, Kong Huangtian, Ziwei, and the others chose to hide from the world? Patriarch Nether River asked solemnly. Why? The showdown of an epoch is ultimately too small. Jiangchen went into hibernation so that his descendants could rise. If Jiangchen ruled the world alone, it would be difficult for his descendants to carve out a new world. Those with the heart of an expert don't hope to stand at the peak and look down on the world. It's lonely at the top. Those with the heart of an expert hope to have opponents. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Opponents? That's right. They hope to have opponents of the same level, or even stronger. After all, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are too easy for experts. They will eventually grow tired of enjoying it for 10,000 years. Experts need to be even stronger. Only then can they obtain great spiritual satisfaction. On the one hand, they want to welcome the bloodbath of fate. On the other hand, they want to continuously climb to the peak and compete with fate. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Compete with fate. As long as an expert has the heart of an expert, they don't fear fate or death. What they fear is that they have no opponents. So what if it's fate? In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky above. It headed straight for Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Nether River looked up, his eyes widening. Boom! The bolt of heavenly lightning dissipated with a bang. Beside him, the Ice Goddess was flabbergasted. In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate. Was that heavenly lightning just now a reaction from fate? That's why I say that this is a great era. The four realms are united, and heroes of the four realms will rise. Some will fall, but others will rise. The great era has arrived, and the struggle for supremacy begins. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes, sir. Ice Goddess said excitedly. With that, Patriarch Nether River turned his gaze to the outer south continent. In the outer south continent, Great Emperor Jiangchen was born. Tens of thousands of zombies prostrated themselves before him. Countless experts of the Boulder clan knelt behind him. In front of Great Emperor Jiangchen was the Lotus Goddess. Behind her, a group of demons frowned. Jiangchen unfurled his enormous skeletal wings, seeming extremely comfortable. He gently turned his head. A transcender? Jiangchen stared at the lotus goddess. The lotus goddess looked at him coldly, not afraid at all. Jiangchen turned his head to the west and saw the virtuous world. Then he looked up at the sky. 4 realms, 4 realms. Fate severed the 3 corpses, and now they're coming back together. This really is a great era, ha 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 ha. Jiangchen laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked at the lotus goddess. Pan Jia, what's going on? Jiangchen asked coolly. Reporting to the true lord, they're from the great evil world. The realm lord of great evil, the lotus goddess, wanted to invade the outer south continent. My Boulder clan was stationed here, so a conflict arose. In the end, this. Oh. Is that so? In other words, the outer south continent is my territory? Great Emperor Jiangchen asked coolly. Huh? Pan Jia didn't dare say no. So the great evil world is invading my territory? Great Emperor Jiangchen asked in a low voice. The lotus goddess didn't say a word. She looked coldly at Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked up at the sky. The realm lord of great evil? That's for the best. The outer south continent is my territory. Get out of my territory, N. And what? Asked the lotus goddess, her eyes cold. If you want to take one of my continents, you'll have to be prepared to lose one. The outer south continent of the great evil world will merge with this place, right? Even if you give up your territory as compensation, it's still my territory. Great Emperor Jiangchen said domineeringly. How dare you, one of the lotus goddess' 8-armed subordinates shouted angrily. Jiangchen had just been born, yet he wanted to reach out to the great evil world. Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Jiangchen's eyes widened. Boom! The subordinate's 8 arms exploded. If the lotus goddess hadn't noticed, she would have sent out a lotus to wrap around him. Otherwise, he would have exploded on the spot. Impudent! Jiangchen said coldly. Then he looked at the lotus goddess again, as if he hadn't injured her subordinates at all. Lotus goddess, did you hear what I said? He asked coldly. What if I don't want to? She asked coldly. You don't want to? No one can say no in front of me, said Jiangchen coldly. Boom! Jiangchen and the lotus goddess simultaneously released a powerful wave of intent. The 2 waves of intent collided, causing the void to shatter. The surrounding experts were sent flying by the ferocious might. Boom! As the 2 peerless experts battled, they shot into the sky. Their speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the starry sky. Then, without slowing down, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the subordinates of both sides remained. At the entrance to the great Qin city. Great Emperor, Jiangchen and the lotus goddess have disappeared. The factory guards are searching everywhere for news. Lu Gang immediately reported the news from the outer south continent. Yan Chuan didn't need to report at all. Yan Chuan had seen everything clearly. There's no need to search. They've gone to the infinite. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Huh. The surrounding officials' expressions suddenly changed. The battle in the 17th heaven was too intense. The 2 of them moved the battlefield to the infinite, said Yan Chuan. The infinite? Isn't there no living creatures in the infinite? They're just fighting. Yan Chuan shook his head. For a moment, the surrounding officials were shocked. Fighting in the infinite? They'd already left the 4 realms. They'd already left the world. Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. But now, it was happening. The Lotus Goddess versus Jiangchen. In the Netherworld, the Lotus Goddess and Jiangchen were fighting. In the world of the living, around the southeast continent. Boom! King Bing-feng immediately sent the Golden Emperor's subordinates flying. "Ha ha ha, you want to block my path?" King Bing-feng said confidently. Even though the Golden Emperor's subordinates had reached the 12th heaven after being deprived of their astral power, the world was changing too fast. The 12th heaven was no longer enough to face the world's top experts. King Bing-feng fought alone, soaring into the sky. Screech! Suddenly, a long screech sounded behind King Bing-feng. It was a huge black phoenix with 12 paths of reincarnation dancing behind it. At this moment, it stared at King Bing-feng arrogantly. Dark Phoenix? King Bing-feng's expression changed. Suddenly, King Bing-feng seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. Half of the sky was already covered by emerald green peacock feathers. A huge green peacock phantom was staring at King Bing-feng. In front of the peacock phantom stood a man. It was the green-haired Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan only stepped on a great emperor's altar and stared at King Bing-feng with his peacock ability. A wave of fighting intent rushed straight to King Bing-feng. "It's you, Yan Chuan." King Bing-feng suddenly glared. "King Bing-feng, the late 15th heaven. I allow you to fight." Yan Chuan shouted. Screech! Not far away, Wuxia let out a long screech. "Wuxia, block the surrounding thieves. I need to fight King Bing-feng alone." Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. Peacock fighting intent, climbing the peak in battle. Yan Chuan inherited Kong Huangtian's will and naturally had his own understanding of how to break through. Yan Chuan needed an opponent, a strong opponent. "Just you." King Bing-feng showed a trace of disdain. Yan Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the Jade Emperor sword. With a swing of his sword, a black beam of light charged towards King Bing-feng. Chapter 1505. Yan Chuan's green hair fluttered in the wind. He waved the Jade Emperor sword in his hand, and a sword light shot toward King Bing-feng. He didn't use the blood sea, the universe in the palm, or the hand of Tao. He only used the Jade Emperor sword and the peacock plume. Under the effect of the Great Emperor Karma rank, Yan Chuan's strength reached the 15th firmament. It was extremely ferocious. King Bing-feng was at the peak of the 15th firmament. At King Bing-feng's level, there was naturally no mediocre person. A transparent sword slashed toward the Jade Emperor sword. On one side, the peacock plume filled the void, while on the other side, snow filled the sky. Boom! The two swords collided. Under the tremendous force, Yan Chuan's body was pushed back slightly. After all, the 15th firmament pushed by the Great Emperor altar naturally couldn't compare to King Bing-feng in terms of strength. However, Yan Chuan was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 The two powerhouses clashed quickly in the southeast continent. Fight, fight, fight. Kong Huangtian's will sharpened himself in battle and climbed to the peak in battle. Every obstacle was a stepping stone to progress. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he was. Boom! Relying on Kong Huangtian's will, Yan Chuan attacked with all his strength. Boom! The world around the southeast continent rumbled. The huge sound alarmed countless powerhouses in the world, especially in the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest and Tian Gang looked from afar. King Bing-feng, Yan Chuan. Tian Gang's eyes narrowed. Tian Gang was silent for a moment and flew toward Yan Chuan. The Eastern High Priest looked into the distance and his face sank. Although it seemed that King Bing-feng still had the upper hand, the Eastern High Priest didn't hesitate to fly over. Because everyone had seen Yan Chuan's information, they knew that Yan Chuan wasn't in his strongest state at this moment. He still had the blood sea and the universe in the palm. Yan Chuan didn't plan to use these two cultivation techniques this time because Yan Chuan needed more than just victory. Yan Chuan, are you courting death? Leave Xianyang and this will be your burial ground. King Bingfeng said confidently. Yan Chuan ignored him. His eyes glowed green, the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The Jade Emperor sword quickly danced in the sky, triggering the endless green light of heaven and earth. In the beginning, Yan Chuan was at a slight disadvantage in the battle with King Bingfeng. Gradually, this disadvantage disappeared. Yan Chuan was already able to fight evenly with King Bingfeng. What? King Bingfeng's face sank. At this moment, Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest suddenly, Tian Gang's Tian boom. Two's Chuan Tian's two peoples, Chuan's, Chuan 2's of Chuan Tian's Tian Chuan Tian S Tian 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 Tian. Their Tian's as Tian Heaven Emperor Tian of. High up in the sky, Yan Chuan and King Bingfeng's battle became more and more skillful. Even King Bingfeng revealed a trace of worry. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, you're actually not a coward anymore, you actually left Xianyang. In that case, don't blame me. I'll make you pay the price for the humiliation of the past. Tian Gang laughed loudly. With a flash, Tian Gang was about to rush into the battlefield. Ming. Mo Yushi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Tian Gang. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly revolved around Mo Yushi, wanting to block Tian Gang. With just you? Tian Gang sneered. In the distance, Yan Chuan suddenly said, Yushi, let him come over. Huh? Tian Gang was slightly stunned. Even King Bingfeng and the Eastern High Priest were slightly stunned. Although Tian Gang was only 14th heavenly layer, he had the same special characteristic as Yan Chuan. Tian Gang was a transcendent. The strength he displayed was a genuine peak 15th heavenly layer. Be careful. Mo Yushi nodded and let Tian Gang go over. Tian Gang looked at Mo Yushi strangely. What was she doing? However, although he was puzzled, Tian Gang still did not pester Mo Yushi and rushed straight to Yan Chuan's battlefield. Boom! Tian Gang attacked. Two peak 15th heavenly layer experts attacked. In an instant, a heavy blow sent Yan Chuan flying 10 miles away. Yan Chuan fell into a disadvantage again in an instant. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be tireless. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he lost, the more he fought. Boom! A huge tear appeared on Yan Chuan's robe, but Yan Chuan did not care. As his black hair swung fiercely, his eyes were suffused with a demonic light, and his long sword slashed out quickly. Boom! 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 Yan Chuan's face was ferocious. Even though he was heavily injured again and again, he still did not feel tired. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Yan Chuan, is he crazy? Tian Gang exclaimed. Yan Chuan went up against the water again and again at an extremely ferocious speed. He waved his sword fiercely, and the sky was full of Yan Chuan's sword light. However, King Bingfeng and Tian Gang's strength were not weaker than Yan Chuan, and it was immediately one-sided. Roar! Yan Chuan waved his sword with a trace of anger. Humph, want to use King Bingfeng and Tian Gang to sharpen your sword? What wishful thinking! Eastern High Priest sneered. While speaking, Eastern High Priest stepped towards the battlefield. Ming! Mo Yushi quickly blocked him. Yan Chuan was already retreating in defeat. If Eastern High Priest intervened, wouldn't Yan Chuan be in danger? Yushi, don't stop. Yan Chuan's voice came again. Mo Yushi felt a strong sense of worry. In the end, she nodded and opened a path for him. Eastern High Priest looked at Mo Yushi in surprise and said with a trace of a sneer, if so, then don't blame us. Boom! Holding the scepter, Eastern High Priest rushed in. Yan Chuan, who was originally in danger, was immediately suppressed by three peerless powerhouses. Peacock Sword Art, indomitable will. Yan Chuan shouted ferociously. In a sorry state, Yan Chuan's long hair was scattered, but Yan Chuan did not mind being in a sorry state. His eyes became more and more fierce, and his eyes became more and more unyielding. An expression that broke through heaven and earth went straight for the three people. For a moment, Yan Chuan was injured all over. Tian Gang, King Bing Feng, and Eastern High Priest were exceptionally happy. After all, not long ago, he had lost face in Xianyang. Now, he could suppress Yan Chuan with all his strength. What could be better than this? Although they suppressed Yan Chuan, the three of them failed to notice that Yan Chuan's way of the sword was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom! 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 The eastern and southern continents shook the heavens, and the entire world was filled with the sounds of battle. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Zhengyi was worried. This Yan Chuan is fighting. Why didn't you inform me? Dongfang Zhengpai frowned. Gue Guzi, who was standing at the side, shook his head gently and said, "The great emperor doesn't want anyone to interfere this time." But, that's the strength of 3 peak 15th heavenly layers. Dongfang Zhengpai said worriedly. The great emperor knows. Director of Foreign Affairs, you should just wait and see. Gue Guzi smiled. Outer North Continent, Great Thousand Realms, Zhong Shan stood in front of the Undying Palace, watching Yan Chuan's battle. Jian Ao stood at the side. Zhong Shan, is that Ing? Yan Chuan. It seems like he hasn't changed much over the years, Jian Ao said. Indeed, he hasn't changed much. He just woke up not long ago. Zhong Shan nodded. However, his way of the sword is rising rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. What a strong comprehension ability. Jian Ao said in shock. It should be a gift from Kong Huangtian. Zhong Shan said. Kong Huangtian. Jian Ao frowned slightly. However, this won't be a gift soon. Once he absorbs this strong will, it will become Yan Chuan's. Jian Ao, didn't you want to challenge Yan Chuan? Zhong Shan asked. It's not time yet. I need to become stronger. Yan Chuan also needs to become stronger. Jian Ao shook his head. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. In the outer west continent, Tong Tian stared at the battlefield, watching Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was suppressed. At first, he could only defend passively. Now, he could counterattack. Yan Chuan's counterattacks increased. Even Tian Gang, King Bing Feng, and the Eastern High Priest found themselves in danger. It's still not enough. Hurry! Yan Chuan shouted. The sword in Yan Chuan's hand moved faster and faster. Yan Chuan's counterattacks increased as well. Gradually, the three realized that something was wrong. Something's not right. Yan Chuan is getting stronger. He's getting stronger. The Eastern High Priest's face sank. At this moment, a green light enveloped Yan Chuan. Countless peacock feathers surrounded Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan seemed to have entered a selfless state. A sword in the hand and a sword in the heart. Boom! With the guidance of Kong Huangtian's will, Yan Chuan's improvement was much faster than others. This wasn't just a memory. It was a kind of will. It was the feeling of improvement every time. Others improved their cultivation by exploring the feeling. However, Yan Chuan was familiar with this feeling. With green light in his eyes, Yan Chuan only had 3 opponents in his eyes. Even though he was injured, Yan Chuan didn't care. Break, break, break. Slash, slash, slash. Yan Chuan shouted unconsciously. Boom! Behind Yan Chuan, the peacock shadow condensed again. Waves of peacock feathers shot out explosively. In an instant, the aura of the 3 opponents was suppressed. Buzz! Yan Chuan waved his sword and three huge energy swords rushed towards the three experts. Boom! 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 Under the huge collision, the three of them stopped. For the first time, Yan Chuan was on par with the three of them. 1 against 3, on par. Moreover, Yan Chuan had only used the Great Emperor's altar. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that within the countless peacock feathers, Yan Chuan's cultivation increased tremendously. Following that, Yan Chuan's body let out a loud sound. Boom! Yan Chuan's aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. He broke through. The Eastern High Priest's face changed. He broke through. His cultivation level is at the 15th level. Tian Gang exclaimed. Isn't this breakthrough a little too sudden? So fast. Phew. Not far away, Mou Shi was overjoyed. In the outer north continent, Zhong Shan and Jian Ao narrowed their eyes. The 15th level. Yan Chuan in his human form had finally reached the 15th level. A sword from the west, all the peacocks under the heavens. Yan Chuan shouted and slashed out with the sword in his hand. Boom! Under the great force, the situation was reversed. The three experts were instantly suppressed. No, how could this be? The three of them exclaimed. Screech! King Bing Foam let out a long cry, and his figure suddenly turned into a huge white phoenix. Boom! The white phoenix swung its tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly flashed out. Previously, he wanted to hold back, but now, if he held back, it would be his death. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest also quickly used their unique skills. Divine ability, deprive. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted, and the peacock phantom behind him seemed to throw out a ray of colorful light, instantly enveloping King Bing Feng. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation collapsed instantly. What? My Supreme Ice Phoenix! King Bing Feng screamed in horror. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared around Yan Chuan. The Supreme Ice Phoenix, who controlled the 12 paths of reincarnation, was deprived by Yan Chuan. Chapter 1506. In the air, 12 reincarnations revolved around Yan Chuan. His aura surged, and divine flames soared into the sky. King Bing Feng's expression changed drastically. Deprive? The fifth most powerful ability in the world. King Bing Feng exclaimed. King Bing Feng exclaimed. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest were also shocked and became cautious. Give me back my Ice Phoenix Supreme. King Bing Feng roared. Boom! King Bing Feng swung his tail, and a sky full of ice and snow rushed towards Yan Chuan. Previously, Yan Chuan only used the Great Emperor altar to fight against 3 people. But now, Yan Chuan's cultivation was at the 15th heavenly layer. With the Great Emperor altar, his strength could reach the 16th heavenly layer. How could Yan Chuan be afraid of them? If you want it, then come and get it. Yan Chuan laughed. As he spoke, the Great Emperor altar under his feet suddenly retracted. Yan Chuan didn't plan to use the Great Emperor altar anymore. He just broke through to fight against 3 people. Yan Chuan didn't just want to win. More importantly, he wanted to break through. Putting aside all the convenience, Yan Chuan only used the Jade Emperor sword to fight against 3 people. Yan Chuan didn't want to waste the will left behind by Kong Huangtian. Fight! The will to fight. This was what Yan Chuan wanted the most. Moreover, only by fighting continuously could he comprehend more and become stronger. The Jade Emperor sword collided with King Bing Feng's path of ice and snow. Boom! The void exploded, and a loud sound shook the heavens. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes widened. Isn't this too fast? His cultivation rose after just one fight. This comprehension. 7 kills said in disbelief. Kong Huantian's will. Dongfang Jingpai's eyes lit up. Of course, he was more excited. At least the person who kept getting stronger was his good friend. On the other side, Mo Yushi was watching the battle from a distance. But after seeing Yan Chuan remove the Great Emperor altar, she was no longer worried and retreated far away. Transcending the Golden Dragon, number 19. Tian Gang suddenly shouted. Boom! Tian Gang transformed into a 19-clawed golden dragon and swung his tail towards Yan Chuan. The Eastern High Priest sprinkled white light all over the sky, washing away Yan Chuan. Heaven-breaking sword. Yan Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The 3 experts retreated with a loud bang. Yan Chuan's expression was ferocious. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. He spun the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and charged forward again. Boom! Boom! Again and again, Yan Chuan knocked back the 3 experts. Divine flames dyed the sky blue. Yan Chuan was like a god of war. Wherever his long sword pointed, he was unrivaled. Yan Chuan was invincible even though they both had the strength of the 15th layer of heaven. Yan Chuan once again entered that unconscious state. The will left behind by Kong Huangtian was being crazily absorbed by Yan Chuan. Fight, fight, fight. Yan Chuan still needed stronger opponents. 3 people at the 15th layer of heaven were no longer enough for Yan Chuan. Boom! Once again, the 3 of them were sent flying. For a moment, the 3 of them had ugly expressions. How could this be? Yan Chuan is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he fights, he's getting stronger all the time. The Eastern High Priest said with an ugly expression. If my sword of force was still here, Yan Chuan wouldn't be able to be so rampant. Tian Gang was unwilling to accept this. The one who was the most unwilling was King Bing Feng. 12 Paths of Reincarnation, Supreme Ice Phoenix, it was actually snatched away by Yan Chuan. Although they were both suppressed, Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest didn't suffer any great losses. On the other hand, she lost her strongest treasure, Supreme Ice Phoenix. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling King Bing Feng was. Because according to the current situation, it was impossible to take back the Supreme Ice Phoenix. What to do? What to do? Admit defeat? No, the Supreme Ice Phoenix was hers, and it could only be hers. Suddenly, King Bing Feng saw Mo Yushi, who had already transformed into a human form not far away. Seeing Mo Yushi, King Bing Feng's eyes lit up. If she captured Mo Yushi, wouldn't she be able to force Yan Chuan to hand over the Supreme Ice Phoenix? Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yushi still had the Supreme Dark Phoenix. Thinking of this, the previously depressed King Bing Feng suddenly became excited. She, Tian Gang, and the Eastern High Priest once again attacked Yan Chuan. Kill! The 3 of them attacked at the same time. The stronger the 3 of them were, the more Yan Chuan liked it. The sharpening of sword Dao required the strong to be the rough stone. Boom! Once again, a sword knocked the 3 of them back. Ong! Tian Gang roared unwillingly. The Eastern High Priest's face was also extremely ugly. Only King Bing Feng, with this huge force, suddenly shot towards Mo Yushi. What? In the distance, Mo Yushi's expression changed. King Bing Feng had already arrived in front of her. Yan Chuan stole my Supreme Ice Phoenix. Mo Yushi, give me your Supreme Dark Phoenix. Ming! Bing Feng let out a long cry. The ice and snow Great Dao suddenly rushed and immediately knocked Mo Yushi over. Reincarnation. Mo Yushi's expression changed, and the 12 paths of reincarnation immediately rushed out. But slightly hasty, King Bing Feng's heavy blow had already arrived in front of her. The ice and snow Great Dao collided with the 12 paths of reincarnation. Boom! Mo Yushi immediately flew out, her blood and chi surging. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng thought that he had defeated Mo Yushi and was about to step forward. Reckless! Suddenly, Yan Chuan's angry rebuke came from behind. Boom! A black sword light rushed straight towards King Bingfeng. Ming! Mo Yushi also suddenly shouted, turning into 24 paths of reincarnation. 12 of them wrapped around her, and 12 of them rushed towards King Bingfeng. What? 24 paths? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Behind him, Yan Chuan's sword shot over, and it was an angry attack, abnormally fierce. Attacked from the front and back, King Bingfeng suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that King Bingfeng was about to be beheaded by Yan Chuan, Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest's expressions changed, and they quickly rushed towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan did not make a move. He suddenly turned his head, and in his eyes, a fierce murderous intent burst out. Boom! The murderous intent burst out, as if forming a sword river, piercing straight into the depths of the two powerhouses' hearts. It was different from the previous fighting intent. Now it was killing intent, the purest killing intent. Yan Chuan had already made up his mind to kill. Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest suddenly quivered. In an instant, they understood the meaning of Yan Chuan's eyes. This was a warning to the two of them. Suddenly, the two of them realized how stupid they were before. Yan Chuan didn't want to fight to the death at all, but let them accompany him to practice the sword. Now that King Bingfeng attacked Mo Yushi, touching Yan Chuan's bottom line, Yan Chuan was no longer satisfied with practicing the sword. Whoever dares to come forward, kill. Yes. The meaning of this gaze was whoever dares to come forward, kill. Eastern High Priest quivered and his hand suddenly slowed down, as if frightened by Yan Chuan's gaze. Tian Gang's face also stiffened, and his figure paused slightly. Boom! Yan Chuan's sword instantly pierced through King Bingfeng's body. Ming! King Bingfeng let out a long cry of pain. Boom! The long sword swept past, and King Bingfeng's body suddenly split into two halves, and his internal organs burst out in midair. Help me break through. I didn't want to kill you, but you asked for it. Yan Chuan said coldly. On the other side, Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest's faces stiffened. Boom! Without hesitation, the two of them turned around and shot toward the southern continent. Yan Chuan's breakthrough had already explained everything. If they continued to fight, they would only be asking for humiliation. Rumble. The shattered void was slowly recovering. Only King Bingfeng's corpse was left in midair, slowly falling. The Jade Emperor Sword's performance was not only to kill, but also to devour blood essence, and even the soul. Being killed by the Jade Emperor Sword, there was no chance of survival. The Jade Emperor Sword trembled slightly, as if it was excited about devouring a 15th level powerhouse. Boom! The corpse fell to the ground and immediately froze the land for thousands of miles. King Bingfeng was dead. Yan Chuan put away the Jade Emperor Sword and flew to Mo Yushi's side. How is it? Yan Chuan asked worriedly. I'm fine, it was just an accident. Mo Yushi said softly. That's good. Yan Chuan nodded. Reaching out, Yan Chuan took out a white crystal. King Bingfeng. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Refine it well. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Mo Yushi said happily. On the other side, a large number of Golden Great Emperor's subordinates flew over quickly. Thank you for your help, Yan Emperor. The Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were overjoyed. King Bingfeng was killed, and Tian Gang and Eastern High Priest were scared out of their wits, right? The Southeast continent was safe. Don't be happy too early. The great evil world has a strong foundation. King Bing Feng died, and a large number of powerhouses are about to come, even Lotus God. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. What should we do? Yan Di, please help me. Everyone was anxious. Let's go to the Golden Palace and wait for Golden Great Emperor to come out of seclusion. Yan Chuan said. Okay, okay. Everyone immediately shouted. Outside the South Continent, most of the powerhouses had rushed into the underworld. Lotus God was fighting Jiangchen. King Bing Feng's death couldn't attract a large number of powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for the result. Tian Gang, Eastern High Priest, no longer attacked the Southeast Continent because Yan Chuan's intervention meant that they couldn't move forward. They could only wait for Lotus God to return. Tian Gang, Eastern High Priest, hurriedly rushed back to Lotus God's 10,000 Lotus Sea. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, a man in white was waiting anxiously. King Bing Feng, aren't you dead? Tian Gang exclaimed. That's right, the man at the 10,000 Lotus Sea looked like King Bing Feng. The man in white said bitterly, I'm a life usurper derivative. My main body has been killed by Yan Chuan. So hateful, so hateful. My divine soul, blood essence, and soul essence are all destroyed. A life usurper derivative? Tian Gang, an Eastern High Priest, exclaimed. This life usurper derivative is far inferior to my main body. It's only at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Sigh. King Bing Feng said bitterly. On the other side. Under a huge lotus platform stood a black-robed man. It was the Nether King. The Nether King saw King Bing Feng, Tian Gang, and Eastern High Priest from afar. He stared at King Bing Feng, killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Regaining his composure, the Nether King walked forward with a regretful expression. King Bing Feng, I saw the battle of the Southeast Continent. You almost succeeded. What a pity. The Nether King said regretfully. King Bing Feng looked at the Nether King and didn't say anything. The most important thing now was to wait for Lotus God to return. Suddenly, Lotus God's voice resounded in the great evil world. The power of a world is for me to use. Absorb. Lotus God's loud voice rang out. Boom. Countless providence, merit, luck, and fortune suddenly evaporated in the great evil world and then disappeared. Clearly, Lotus God's battle had reached its peak and she was mobilizing the power of a world. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.